Hello everyone, welcome back to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2024, round of 24. We're here to bring you a very interesting matchup, which I will call the Lusophone Derby between Brazil and Portugal. This is Sergio85 in the commentary booth, and alongside with me is Mifa.
Hello. I'm very excited to see how this happened. Like as you said, this is pretty much a derby edition for this 7K World Cup, especially for Brazil and Portugal. And for Portugal's perspective, this is the match that doesn't really pretty much not for the faint-hearted because of their being the underdogs, especially when they're almost. I mean, they're not almost. It's just in pretty on the bottom of the barrel in terms of the 24 qualified teams to be able to play through the round of 24.
Indeed, and Portugal doesn't exactly have like the easiest task because, again, you saw there, Brazil, they have pretty big names in that roster. Of course, start by the way, Silly Fangirl, Losus Fangirl, and Cassie Fangirl, three fangirls in that team.
Yeah,
Pretty,
exactly.
pretty famous names in the community, but Portugal doesn't. It has some players that might be able to keep up, depending on how they will be strategizing this match. Makiba, one of the Maple selectors in this world the sometime last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like given they're the players by themselves from Brazil are three famous names, especially like one of them also keeping up with the other players that are participated from like last year's. Portugal, on the other hand, I believe they didn't even have a team from like last year, so this might be a fresh start for the tournament. So we'll see how that happens for Portugal, as they have to beat Brazil in order to go to the round of 16.
Well, anyways, as mentioned, um, there are some changes in the rules again coming from last year, and we're seeing one of those changes. Portugal being the winner of the roles that we saw a few moments ago, will be having the privilege of getting the first protect in this matchup, which will be Chronoxia LN2, and Brazil will be protecting Rice 5 Unknown Amnesia. Brazil, by virtue of losing their roles, will be getting the first ban, and it will be Hybrid 1 Cosmoscape.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe given that Portugal's ban, given their strongest point is that they are on the Rise side of things, so they might just go. Oh, they're actually going for a freshness vacation. The third hybrid pick that is going to be banned here. So only one hybrid remaining on the pool for this match. Interesting turn of events, given that this match doesn't really have a clear indication of what goes where for the hybrids, as they're pretty much going for all Rice and all Olympics, it seems like.
Yeah. I find it interesting that maybe the weirdest of the three hybrid charts is the one left we have, which is Pure Silver. As we see Portugal immediately opting to pick their Protect Chronoxia. Just an overview as well for both of these teams. Across the board, across all 8 stages, Brazil practically dominates Portugal, which is kind of expected with the seeding difference between these two teams. Brazil finished in the 9th to 11th bracket, if my math is correct, in the 2023 World Cup, and Portugal did, if I am not mistaken, is one of those teams that qualified this year that did not have a team previously.
Yeah, this is going to be a fresh start for Portugal. Like I said before, that these players don't need to be taken lightly, as Rodrigo themselves is also a very good seven key player that also actually excels in one of the many picks in the the early game stages, and they should have pose no problems. It just have to be you have to be consistent enough to be able to outmatch Brazil, given their strongest players are at their pretty much at their peak, even though with losing some key players like last year.
Indeed, and we have to mention again, Brazil barely missed out on the top eight. And like maybe if a few things went their way, they wouldn't have been playing this weekend. So Portugal really has a very, very tough hill to climb.
Yeah, as actually with speaking of this, the first pick that comes from Portugal, and this is a protected pick for Portugal. So just straight away, trying to showcase how good are they on pretty much the denser LN side of things, and given that this is also Brazil's pretty much one of their stronger points, if I'm not mistaken, outside of maybe the blatant rice picks that we already seen on the qualifiers. So this is going to be interesting enough for Portugal to be able to take their first point.
I mean, to be fair, especially with LN density, it's kind of normal for Rice teams to perform pretty decently on stuff like this because most of the time LN density charts um, in the early game are end up being pretty similar to what we maybe look at as a court stream pick. As we see Sun finding the first drop of this matchup, and we're already seeing the difference in pedigree between both of these teams. Rodrigo is keeping up, actually the second best accuracy in this multiplayer room. Tart, by the way, carrying the mid 99.6 accuracy. Cassie Fangirl actually finding some accuracy drops, but still maintaining at 99% as well. It's only Sun kind of struggling just a little bit.
Yeah, only dropping twice there for Sun, and this is already not looking great. Not a great start for Portugal, especially given both of the Brazilians keeping up the full combos, and there's the last person to drop on Portugal's side, which is only keeping up the struggle there, and Brazil is gonna pretty much single-handedly having around a significant lead to this point. And even Casio Fangirl actually taking the first drop off after this point is only Tart actually keeping up the full combo with impressive accuracy overall, almost 99.7.
Very impressive indeed, and I think we're seeing Tart, by the way, just really settling down with that accuracy as we get to the end. And I think for this round, this might be one of the best scores we'll be seeing in this chart.
Yeah, and there you have it, around 57,000 point. Pretty much convincing win there for Brazil. And that's also a protected pick by Portugal, so there's a tricky situation to be in. And Brazil already pretty much showing their dominance over the LNs now.
Now it's time for Brazil to make their first pick of this World Cup, which I presume, unless they just realize, yeah, I think we can just pick anything and we'll be fine. Would be funny if we see Team 37 all of a sudden as well, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, not a chance, especially Brazil already have their prioritized picks over the Rice. Given Unknown Amnesia was also the protected pick by Brazil, no surprises there. They're going to go for that first.
Anyways, especially for those who were paying attention to the introduction to the stream, I mentioned a term called lusophone. It's a term that I learned a few months ago, Portuguese speaking places. And obviously Brazil and Portugal. Yep.
Yeah,
So that's
I
why I
guess.
did call this matchup the Lusophone Derby.
Yeah,
Anyways,
going
we're seeing
straight
Brazil
in.
actually picking their own protect as well. Their own protect.
Yes.
Both protects have been picked.
It's just straight up protected pick. No surprises, like I've said before. After we gave it a little bit of an overview on how the picks should go for Brazil, and this is one of them that I really pretty much expect. This is pretty much expected. Their strongest suits are in
Big,
there.
yep. Big shout outs to Big Maxus. I remember them mentioning that they wanted to see this chart being picked, and there you go. Anyways, mixed rice pick. Especially like at least in the notes that I have, I kind of view this chart as that one pick where a lot of the higher seeded teams will be shining on, especially that like the patterning gets a bit abrasive at the start, and then the patterning does become straightforward, but the density picks up and your stamina is going to be drained once you get to that point. And higher seeded teams will be having that advantage of that physicality to be able to keep up on that.
Yeah, given I believe the saving grace for this pick is in particular is that the patterns by itself are not they're not unorthodox. They be able to play it straight through without having any sort of difficulties. It's just a matter of transitioning in between the patterns that are might be problematic to some teams. Like already having a crash there for both Cassiofango and Sun already missing at the beginning.
Both Casio and Sun actually finding similar standings here. It's only Tart, by the way, kind of making the big difference really with that 99.8 accuracy over Rodrigo's almost mid 99.1. And here we see like these sweeping stairs. Actually, Casio finding a drop so easy, trading it. Actually, I think this start is going to be extremely close. And
Oh,
Tart, by the
Tart,
way,
finally.
ooh, Portugal finding some light at the end, finding some light in that tunnel, but Sun, unfortunately, trading Tart's miss yet again, unfortunately. So we're back to square one here. Brazil getting the upper hand as we enter this break section, and I don't think you'd want to miss here. Rodrigo,
This is
the only
yeah. Oh my
Rodrigo, the
god,
only full
Sun.
combo. Ooh.
The patterns by itself are quite abrasive in terms of the sweeps and whatnot, and Cassiofango needs to pick up the slack a little bit here because the accuracy doesn't pretty much stay afloat too much there if you want Tart to carry the whole way through. And Portugal is trying to mount one last assault on the accuracy, but Sun picking up another drop.
Two consecutive drops indeed, and we're seeing Brazil just start to stretch that lead to their side. We're already hitting the 20,000 point difference here. Rodrigo still maintaining that full combo, which is very, very impressive.
Nope, not anymore.
I'll stop talking. But anyways, no more full combos left in this multiplayer room, but I don't think any of those misses matter now from the Portuguese side. Brazil is looking to get their second point and defending their first pick of this tournament.
Looking already a solid difference being built up by Brazil there. Very good composure there by Tart after having a strange drop at the just in the middle way through of the chart. But regardless, this is already a Brazil's point there, and the accuracy by itself is already amazing. By the way, for Tart, only 5,200 being dropped with a ratio that is pretty much half of everyone else.
Well, I think this is in a way this is kind of expected. Again, Brazil has that pedigree, that tournament experience really, and it just shows with their current form. And I don't even think that this is the best possible pair Brazil could show uh, in the tournament.
mean, given the current setup for current comp for Brazil, they still have the other two players that are also be able to substitute at any point. So this is definitely not the best performance that Brazil can bring in, but it's good enough to the point that it can actually beat Portugal at some level.
Well, if you're a Portuguese team, like a Portuguese team, like this is get that World Cup experience, like get the nerves out of the way, just play out of your mind. I mean, try not to get the nerves into you because that's kind of the downer really. Like if you get that break, that to be able to get a point off one of the bigger teams in this tournament, I think that's quite an achievement already to have, especially coming into the this stage of the tournament as the very bottom seed. As we're seeing pure silver for the first time in this tournament, it's Portugal that's picking it, and I would think this might be a bit of a gamble that they're making here to grab that first point that they need to extend this match at least.
Well, to me at this point, picking Pure Silver is already their best choice. As far as strategy goes for Pure Silver, especially this is the wackiest hybrid of the three, and you would definitely have to get in through that, especially if you already lost your momentum for like the last two picks. And hybrid like this, where this involves a lot of flams into the patterns by itself, it could be like there's some like finger locking in this that might actually trigger accuracy downward.
I could definitely see that happening. Like, it's pretty hard to be consistent on a chart like this. I remember during test playing, there was one time I was able to 98, and then another play mid 97, and then another one is just S because like it's pretty hard to control the flams. There are LNs, there are rice, like the move goes into chord. If you're not paying enough attention, it's so easy to mess this one up.
Yeah, the patterning motion in this are pretty jarring at best. But if you can handle most of it, you basically gain a huge advantage over that. Well, I mean, with OD5, it's definitely easier to time, but by OD5, on definition, on flams like this, you really can't cheat them. But if you want to, you have to cheat them pretty cleverly, I would say.
I don't think cheat is a good term to call it. I think manip might be the better term. But
Well,
yeah, it's kind of
if you can hit them legit, then you're not supposed to manipulate.
oh yeah. I mean, if you could hit them legit, you're going to have, I'd say, have better scores than I'd say 90% of the playing rosters we get. And what are these accuracies already? Portugal overall having a better average accuracy at the start of this chart. Hard, by the way, carrying at 99.8, which is kind of what we expected. Kind of what we expect. Ooh, that's unfortunate from Sun there. And that's going into a section where the note density isn't there just yet. But anyways, back to where I was, Tart with that pretty high accuracy, as we've already seen on the previous two charts. Casio Fangirl doing just enough to maintain that full combo. Like 99.3 is a pretty good accuracy already on charts like this.
It's on par with Sun's accuracy. Well, there's a drop right there. That could change a little bit, but Tart's accuracy is so far ahead of everyone else, and Sun already picking up another drop right there. So the lead is pretty much just stayed where it is.
Now on the arguably the most tense part of this chart. Both teams maintaining composure. We're not seeing too many
There's a drop,
Actually,
another, yeah. There's another drop by Sun, a second one. But the accuracy is still pretty much staying the same pace as Cash of Fangirl. If anything, Cash of Fangirl might be dropping gradually, but not to a point it
They're
can
gaining
miss
now.
at any moment.
Casio is gaining now, but again, as I was about to mention, I'm pretty surprised that there aren't too many accuracy drops in this chart. I mean, yeah, there are misses, there are a few 200s, but not any major meltdowns for any of these players. Sun, unfortunately, finding yet another drop, but I mean, like 98% on this is a pretty good run already.
99.7% by Tar. There's already a full combo.
Oh, Tar.
3,200.
200. Alright.
Also, very impressive showing by
Alright.
Rodrigo as well, taking up another FC from this lobby too. It's already a very hard chart to even get an FC on.
These scores are the ones that like a lot of us like around like just below the World Cup level, like yeah, these are dream scores. Like I want to get this act, I want to get FC like that. Like if you want to aim for this level, like, you'd probably look into getting scores like these.
Let's see
Anyways,
how Brazil
now-
will respond now.
Brazil. What else have we not seen on stream? I think Luminaria hasn't been picked yet, and of course, Team 37. I think those are the only two charts left that we haven't seen this weekend.
I can see Portugal
Both.
being hesitant to pick Team 37, but at this point, that should be their best pick. Given Crush Alcohol is already at a point where Chronoxia is in, and Team 27 is the only one that is the outlier of everything else. And now Brazil's gonna be picking Crush Alcohol.
And coming off a Pure Silver, I think this is are good picks already for them.
As a person that knows the chart on a personal level, this is definitely something that Portugal can actually maybe match up until the last quarter of the chart. The last quarter of the chart has some pretty noticeable spike that may actually trip up a few on the accuracy side.
Well, I kind of find it funny, the Lusophone Derby pricking a Makiba chart. Yup. Shoutouts to one of the Maple selectors again, Makiba. Yeah, as you mentioned, the final quarter, I'd say the final third even, does get pretty difficult. If Portugal isn't to keep up, try to maintain that momentum, and maybe hope for some inconsistencies as well from the Brazilian side.
Yeah, here we go. The harder malt pick. Definitely don't want to miss out on that tournament that I just mentioned before, but this is definitely the harder one, and it fits for round 24.
Yeah, that was a pretty fun tournament. Anyways, here we go. Chart number 4 of the Lusophone Derby. And as we've seen, Portugal actually getting the lead early on. But again, as you mentioned, until we get to the third final quarter of this chart, this lead probably won't matter.
Although maybe on the accuracy side might be struggling a fair bit there for Cash of Fangirl actually. Oh, Rodrigo already picking up the first drop. Oh, actually the top bro is now struggling a little bit now.
I guess we're getting to that point where kind of want to do
Oh,
some
that's a
damage limitations
misread by
on
Sun.
running man LNs are not fun to read.
That's a misread completely. That like going around 99.2 to 98.6 just on that one particular running man pattern.
Meanwhile, Tart being Tart. Well, anyways, now we're about to enter the second half of the chart. Arguably the harder of the two halves of this chart. And if there's anything Portugal doesn't want, is to find any inconsistencies and hope for Brazil to have them. And
Yeah, we'll see how this goes
the
because
score
we're entering the last quarter now. Oh,
isn't
Tart!
big enough
Tart begins to find the drop on the
for-
after the transition.
for a comeback to not happen.
So far, it's taking the charge there for Brazil. Although there's some accuracy drops here and there, that nothing too major at this point.
Actually, both of the teams maintaining composure in this
Not
section
quite
very well.
there yet. Yeah.
Also, unfortunately, it's a drop, but that's kind of expected, really, on a section this spiky, I'd say.
Yeah, around 21,000,
Brazil
but this is the
gets to
closer
match
difference that
point.
we've seen. Yeah, this is actually quite a pretty spread out score. It looks like there's no FCs, but there's been a couple of slider break occasions, like Tart getting 2 slider breaks and Rodrigo getting 1. But overall, I think the scores might be like the closest we've seen on the difference so far.
Now Brazil has I'd say a mildly difficult task of extending this match.
If anything, they have to go with the
Just map by
D37
map.
now.
Yeah. Yeah, Team 37. But like it's Team 37 is a double-edged sword. Me and Patasha were talking about it in the previous match. And again, Team 37 only has 600
Oh,
long notes. Like,
They're going for the
around that.
memes? Question
And
mark?
if you miss somewhere, if they miss somewhere, it's going to be extremely hard
They're
to come
doing
back.
it!
Ah, there we go. LN1. They're doing it. They're doing it.
There we go. I think this is the first time you've seen this match.
To Team Portugal, I salute your bravery for picking arguably the hardest chart in this entire map pool.
Well, by hardest, it's quite a mile.
Yeah. I mean, I know this is round 24, but I'd argue some players not in the World Cup roster can score way better than the players who are in it. Like some of them, given how this thing is actually charted.
This is almost impossible to making sure you let go on any of these LNs because the combo is so small. Like the max combo is not even above 700.
Yeah. Like again, if you miss somewhere, say your chances of a good score on this chart bye bye.
And yeah, we're seeing Lotus Fangirl instead of Tard, so maybe a good swap. It depends on the performances for sure. But given the by the chart itself, it kind of feels like they're gambling a little bit too much. Yeah, like Lotus Fangirl already missing on the one LN there, and a couple 200s actually.
And I'd say like if for some reason Portugal finds some composure by the middle of this chart. Maybe that bad intro from
Oh,
Lotus Fangirl might
oh,
already give Portugal the
actually looking
spot.
promising. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, this Rodrigo just maintained that, and I think
Okay,
Cassie
okay,
would notice
that
a full reset.
that may actually seal the deal because Rodrigo is actually still at about 99, and everyone else is not even on the S rank. Even Casio is just
Yeah,
barely 95.
well, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing one of the greatest performances in Oceania 7K World Cup history right here.
Yeah, definitely. Struggling to get an S rank for Brazil, and Portugal does have almost 95, but the other is an FC. So that alone only beats like about 100,000 points just purely on that difference.
Rodrigo, the only
Oh
S rank remaining in this
no!
entire multiplayer.
Only the S rank, but yeah, nevertheless, no,
Only
no
the S rank,
FCs, not meant to be. But this is already a meme pick. A meme's done well, and Portugal is definitely getting this point by virtually an Ellen release pick.
Oh man, I love Ellen coordination in tournaments. I really do.
It's a shame
Lotus
that last
Fangirl
year.
recovering to mid 95%.
It's a shame that we didn't even see this in like last year at all. In like around the
I mean,
16,
Hana no
I think.
Yakusoku wasn't as difficult as this.
Well, there you go. Portugal's first point.
Wow.
Not bizarrely so, but you know, getting almost to a point that everyone's struggling to get an S on this is something else. And Rodrigo getting a negative. Actually,
Ooh,
both of them are getting
drops
negative
only.
ratios.
Yeah. But like, look at that. Only Ellen drops from Rodrigo. Like that could have been an FC. Easily could have been an FC.
Yeah. As you can completely tell, this is already very easy to get 50s, and this is the result of April 14 wannabe.
Yep. Again, I think you saw my Maple notes already. Like LN1 MWC 7K 2024 edit.
All right, there's the point,
beautiful.
and there's only 4 rice picks remaining in this pool. And they're going for flash dance here. More of a kind of a weirder
And
core jack
I'd
pick.
say- Ooh, Flashlands.
I think there's nothing to compare it with for this kind of chart. At this level of Mania World Cup, in comparison to last year's, I think there's nothing to compare it.
Yeah.
For this pick.
I mean, to be fair, what we had last year was that the first round was more anchor heavy, and then the next round was a bit more spread out. Like, not much anchors, and then we went back to more anchor based core jacking. We basically alternated between the two styles. This time around, though, we started with a more spread out core jack chart. But there are some mild anchor sections. I think the longest one I've seen is like 4 or 5 chords in the same column, 4 or 5 note anchors. But this chart is super spread out. And while the patterning is super light, like you could still act this, but if you're not careful, it's super easy to choke on this as well.
I'm guessing that the combined chords that it kind of like goes like PR, like the pitch. It's kind of like a pitch relevance chord at some point, but it kind of doesn't look that way. It's just meant to be weird.
Also, that pattern, like index ring, index middle finger, and then middle ring. Well, even for this level, like it's extremely hard to control. that kind of pattern.
Actually, so far looking like the
And
accuracy is actually going back and forth. Nothing missed. There's nothing missed out on there. Holding on
I
pretty
don't
well so far.
mention one of the players here because I might.
Well, some
Again,
transition.
I don't want to mention one of the players.
Transition warning there. Actually, might be kind of scary given the core jack in nature. Especially for a Rodrigo, actually kind of dangerously low on accuracy. But Sun picking up the first drop of here.
Unfortunately for Sun. Ooh, consecutive drops from Sun and on the heavier chords as well. And Lotus Fangirl finding a trade actually at 100 as well. Lotus Fangirl, one of the lowest accuracy in this entire lobby. Score difference is slightly decreasing, but
Although
with that
it's now
Sun,
gaining now.
I think this might seal the deal.
It's gaining now, but there's not much left in the chart, so I believe that would be that goes all she wrote for Portugal. And you know, this is a very very wild ride for Portugal for bringing it back here to the round of 24. Even surviving and getting a point off of Brazil on a bizarre LN pick.
Artak. Ooh,
105.
100. Almost
105,
3-digit
300.
300s. Alright.
Also, Sun
Very impressive
being able
score
to
there from Tart.
Sun being able to keep up with Tart with the 1-200 as well, but picking up what it seems to be a core jack nature in itself. You get more misses than the other judgments. Already a solid run there for Portugal, but unfortunately Portugal will not be able to move on to the next round. And Brazil staying strong here, going to the round of 16 here. So congratulations for Brazil.
Brazil will have the honor of facing Australia next weekend, if I am looking at the brackets correctly. And Portugal, they're not yet eliminated from the tournament. They just won't be playing next week in the losers bracket since losers bracket does have some bias. I mean, we'll be awaiting.
Yeah. Given Brazil's performance, I would say that they might be scarier in terms of like the next round. So maybe around the 16, they have some other improved performances in that round. But now we're actually going to be taking a pretty much a long break because the next match is going to be Netherlands versus Taiwan in virtually almost the day after. So it's about 19 hours from there at 13:30 UTC. Yep. So it's kind of a tough ride as well because that kind of match is like around we're getting into the middle seeded teams that are actually competing against each other. So that would be fun as well to watch.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that is a 16 versus 17 match. So I think that is going to be a pretty spicy one indeed. I hope you guys had fun watching the two matches we have for this Saturday. And we'll hope to see you guys tomorrow for more MW 7K action.
Yeah, this is Mifa and Sergio. We're actually going to be signing off for the day. See you tomorrow.
Hello, welcome everyone to the 2024 Osumania 7 Key World Cup. We are here for the very first matches that we'll see for the entire tournament, for the entire year, for all of the World Cups. This is going to be the first one to kick us all off, and we are in, of course, the round of 24, not the round of 16 like it was last year. We have expanded it out to include a few extra teams, and we're going to be seeing some of those teams battling out on the first map pool here. I'm Potassium F, going to be commentating together alongside SurfJu85. How are you doing today?
Well, it's pretty much 11 p.m. where I live. And let's just say it's kind of a good timing that I got I drank some coffee before going into the booth, since we have a pretty spicy matchup to open up the entire season here. We have Vietnam and Sweden facing each other in this round of 24 match. Vietnam did seed number 13, if I'm not mistaken, and Sweden number 20. And well, the seeds, I'd say, especially for the early game, they won't really matter that much, especially with how easy the pools are relatively to the later pools. But like, if you look at the scores, there are some pretty close ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at these two, as you said, Vietnam being the higher seed doesn't actually mean that much this round, because if you look specifically at the scores, you're looking at Stage 1, Stage 2, some of those slightly easier, physically easier maps in the qualifier pool. Actually, Sweden and Vietnam were basically tied on those early game rice kind of maps. I do think, as far as the LNs go, Vietnam does look like they have a fairly significant advantage over Sweden, but when it comes to these easier pools here in the round of 24, some of these accuracy-focused rice maps, I think Sweden absolutely can take Vietnam all the way in this match, and we'll see exactly what ends up happening. I feel like this round, due to the maps being slightly easier than they normally are at the start of the tournament, I think we are in for some potential upsets.
We are indeed set for some. And just to note, given the changes from the previous World Cup, this is the round of 24, but not all 24 teams who qualify for the qualifiers are playing this weekend, if I am not mistaken. The top 8 teams are waiting for the winners of the matches, or the winners of the matches this weekend. And for this matchup specifically, Team Philippines awaits the winner of this one. And well, another change is that we have protects implemented in the pool. So if my notes are correct, the winner of the roles will be the ones protecting first and getting the first pick, as well as we are seeing Sweden protecting Raindrop and banning Team 37, which is expected from a team that is very close on Rice with Vietnam, and they want to be super conservative with strategy. Like, get the LN control out of the way. It's Avril MWC 7K 2024 version.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Vietnam banning Rice 1 as well, that is the more speed-focused map. That is definitely one of the strongest maps that Sweden showed during the qualifier stage, that kind of more delay Stage 2. So I think banning that one out of the way makes a lot of sense as well. Interestingly enough, I did kind of expect Vietnam maybe to protect LN1 instead of LN3 here, but maybe Vietnam also not the most comfortable when it comes to such heavy coordination focus in the LN1, as well as, just to note, I think LN1 has a total of like 600 notes. So if you miss once, your score is gone. I think that kind of might dissuade some teams from picking that one, because if you're not consistent, then there might be some very, very large score variance between each attempt.
I mean, to be fair, even if you're the team that has an obvious advantage on LN, charts like that are still super dangerous, especially with the thing you mentioned about the note count. If you miss in the middle, there's no chance to recover at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you miss in the middle of that map, you're stuck at like 300 max combo, never hitting the combo cap. But thankfully for both of these two teams, they are not going to have to worry about that in this match. We do have Vietnam having the first pick. They're going to pick LN2, which is the more density focused of the LN picks. They're opting to save their own protect of LN3 just a little bit longer. And I think, I think the LNs should, in theory, on paper, favor Vietnam overall. I feel like that is the strongest kind of advantage we might see for any team in this match. But this one, as kind of the more density-focused map, I feel like even though Sweden might be a little bit less comfortable with the LNs, they might still be fine overall with this one. We'll have to see. As we're seeing, I believe these 4 players should be the ones that we're seeing for most maps. Actually, wait. Cratey being switched in instead of Sadcat, I think.
Well, Sadcat being in here, I can't recall exactly if Sadcat is more professionally is more of a Rice player than an LN player, but at least from what I've seen over like reviewing these players, like Erase Self and Cratey do appear like they are the ones that would be more comfortable with these LNs. And another thing, LN density, especially in the early game, usually tend to play like a straightforward chord stream chart. There's some differences, especially release timings and all of that stuff. But if you're Sweden, this might be one of the better chances to steal a point off on the noodles in this pool.
Yeah, well, we'll get into it. We'll have to see, because I do think Sadcat was one of the strongest accuracy players as well for Sweden during the qualifier stage, but does seem that they are a little bit less comfortable with some of the LN maps overall. So Sweden being able to switch their play is very valuable, of course, throughout the course of the match. But so far, off to good starts for all the players. A little bit of accuracy dropped actually on the side of Fishcake and Erased Self, dropping down to the low 99s. And Cratey as well now dropping down.
Well, overall, Vietnam does have the accuracy advantage in here. As we saw Sweden actually carrying pretty consistent accuracies between both Erased Self and Cratey here. Erased Self dropping below 98%. But it's kind of normal, really. If you're one of those players that just needs some, who could actually most likely combo LNs but not exactly get the accuracies that are required, especially in the early game of any single Mania tournament out there. And we're really seeing that difference here.
Yeah, we're seeing the accuracy being dropped lower and lower here on the side of Cratey in particular. Fishcake managing to regain that accuracy back up to 99.4, so doing very well. All 4 players on the full combo, by the way. But it is kind of the difference in comfort we are seeing overall. Team Sweden definitely able to hold on to play these patterns, but just lacks the level of comfort needed to accurately hit these releases, to really aim for that sharpshooting accuracy.
And it isn't exactly the easiest thing to do, even with this OD6. It's pretty forgiving, but charts this dense, unless like you're super used to sharpshooting, as you mentioned, LN accuracy, you're most likely going to be maintaining combos, as I mentioned, that Erase Self, unfortunately, getting the first miss of this entire World Cup.
But that miss did not matter either way in the end of things, and I mean, in a way it can be good to get your chokes out of the way early on in the match when they don't matter as much. So Vietnam here on the board with their own first pick, with a very nice double FC coming from both of the players. We can see the difference in accuracy and in ratio from all of the players on Vietnam, looking very strong in the LNs at least here.
Well, now it's time for Sweden to get a pick on the board here. Well, it does appear, at least from the chat, the players do express some level of nerves here. I mean, with fair, these two teams are the ones opening the World Cup, and there's some pressure to deliver a very good match.
Yeah, ooh, I like this pick though from Sweden here. We're going over to not just the rice pool, but we're going over to the cord jack pick of the pool, which notoriously does end up being very often one of these intense ratio battles between the two teams. Now, Vietnam did have the better accuracy just then on the LNs, but this is a completely different map here. I think we are seeing a player switching in for Sweden. I expect Sadcat to be the one to join here underneath.
And indeed, it is Sadcat joining. We see Saren going out from Vietnam, and I presume this is going to be another substitution as well.
Perhaps Hitori?
Tori? Most likely.
If they are switching, that is. We'll see.
About this chart, well, of course, Kordjak's accuracy will be a factor, but for this chart in particular, the Kordjaks are pretty spread out, and it's not exactly the kind of Kordjak chart where you're going to be relying most on the anchors being able to carry that, because you'll be shifting figures a lot, and it's kind of tricky to maintain combo in that manner.
Yeah,
Well,
the patterning on this one definitely is a little bit more awkward than you would expect from a typical kind of like early cord jack map, and also at 130 BPM, it is a bit higher than you would normally expect. I mean, definitely thinking about last year with the cord jacks, maps like Rain was definitely at a much lower BPM than this one.
it is, but anyways, with the substitution, instead of Hitori, it is Moni the team captain of Vietnam, going into this lobby. So it does appear that we are going to be locking in these four players as we enter the second chart of this entire World Cup season.
Yeah, always good to see, you know, these teams, especially like the lower seeded teams, having this kind of depth in their roster, so to speak, so that they can switch out all their players for different particular picks. You know, all of their players being able to contribute in some way to take off the stress of the top two, you would say, which happens a lot. But let's get into it here. This is Sweden's first pick, so they're looking to get on the board early now. Oh, but a very bad rush of judgments there from Array's Self, down to 98.6%.
And that is not really a good side for you to have, and getting off the court drill pretty badly as well. But now, as we enter the more meatier sections of this chart, like, you're going to hope that you're just going to start picking up on that accuracy, but this chart does not get any easier from here. A bit of a respite, but like the one-handed cord jacks are pretty nutty.
Yeah, and Array's Self definitely managing to bring themselves back up now. 99% has been reached there, so rebuilding the accuracy, but it looks like a lot of damage has already been done. There's half of the map left, and we can see these are some crazy high accuracies on Vietnam. We can absolutely see why Moni was switched in for this one here. 99.96, and holding strong at least so far, but here we have some even higher density in the patterning. Nobody seeming to flinch just now. Another couple of 200s from Array's Self. That's going to put them further back. Fishcake does trade a little bit though, but it's going to have to be misses at this point.
Indeed. Yeah, the immense accuracy of both Vietnamese players really showing up. Array's Self, unfortunately, finding a drop. Well, it's a pretty clean one, maintaining that 99.2, but you kind of need a miracle here. Maybe see Vietnam break down all of a sudden in the last few seconds of this chart. But I don't think that's going to happen. And Moni, what is that score?
We did see Moni dropped a fair bit of accuracy. That might have been a 200 from Moni just before that I missed there. Oh, a 50.
Oh, wow.
But 53 300s. Yep. We also see the SS from Sadcat as well, the Scorvy 1 double S. Just below that 996k there for them, and that is going to be Vietnam with a very early break point here. we can see the overall accuracy just still favoring them, even though this is more of a Rice pick.
And Vietnam is given a position where they could most likely start running away from this point, unless Sweden finds a miracle somewhere. I would presume Vietnam would either be picking LN3 or maybe something out of the way like pure silver, especially with that very technical grace note usage with the LNs.
Pure silver would be like a massive, just like out of nowhere pick to go with. That is a massive wild card pick to throw in there. I think definitely now you really want to secure this lead. If you're Vietnam, you may as well just go straight for this LN3. I like this pick a lot from them. We saw the advantages that came out in LN2, and this one, you know, in theory, I believe this one should favor the more LN biased team, even more than LN2, that is.
Indeed, especially with the very specific kind of LN control you need in the later sections of this chart. There is a certain tournament that happened like in the second half of the previous year where an easier difficulty of this chart was used, and I remember a lot of players actually having trouble in the second half of this chart.
Yeah, a certain tournament being hosted by you, that is.
Yeah. Yeah,
but yes,
let's not mention that.
But yes, this is a map that has been around. I believe this is a bit of a harder difficulty to it though. But yeah, this does have the coordination focus at parts of it that can trip up a team that has not had that level of practice on specifically the coordination maps. So I think this one has the potential for some fairly catastrophic chokes if the players are not too comfortable or not paying attention to some of the patterns. And it's going to start fairly early on at the very start of this map.
The very first half of this one is actually pretty straightforward. Like what Sweden needs on that section is try not to fall behind too much, or maybe in the off chance of getting just a very slight advantage, and try to maintain that as we enter the second half, which gets a bit crazier.
You can always see a few people taking a little bit of accuracy in the intro. Erase Self and Fishcake both having a little bit of a bad time there, but oh, that's a very early miss from Erase Self. Just after the 400 combo mark, actually, probably the worst time to possibly miss. Gonna give Vietnam a bit of an advantage.
And Vietnam starting to get an advantage up as we see Eraser finding yet another drop here. Seirin Shikino on that mid 99% accuracy. That is actually very impressive. Getting that running man LN section unscathed. Like, I'm pretty sure that is one of the trickier patterns in this chart.
Yeah, Fishcake did find the drop to trade out Erase Self's second one there, but it is still one drop for Vietnam versus two combo breaks over on the side of Sweden. And the accuracy also just in favor of Vietnam by a little bit, entirely because of Seirin Shikino. But oh, Erase Self finding another miss now. That's the third one. And this lead for Vietnam is going to start growing as we're getting into the second half. And as you said, there are going to be a little bit of a trickier coordination focuses as we get towards the very end of the map. So that's something to look out for both teams here.
And it's so easy to over or underhold these LNs, especially with the way they're charted. Staggered holds, staggered releases. Maybe sometimes like they're officially together and then here you go. Something like an LN bracket. Very like they look easy watching, but it's not at all. It's not easy to play at all. Like getting that accuracy, as we see Seirin Shikino and Crazy still maintaining their full combos, but the accuracy difference between these two players pretty much making up the difference aside from the earlier drops from Erase Self.
Yeah, even though, you know, Fishcake now, that's the second miss from Fishcake in this one section. Everyone else holding strong, but we can see these misses are not really putting a dent in the score lead that much. It's still 27,000 points, and that is all because of the accuracy. 99.52% from Saren Shikino, above everyone else in the lobby, and that is enough to carry the score in favor of Vietnam, the 3rd point in a row for them.
That is a very impressive 200 counter from Saren.
Yeah, Crady as well with the full combo, doing well themselves, but unfortunately not enough to be able to match Saren's score here.
Now, if you're Sweden, I would think that you might want to start, considering picking that, picking their protect.
Yeah, Raindrop. So Raindrop's an interesting one though, because we saw in Flashdance, even though it is a different style of map, kind of the accuracy, the pure ratio from Vietnam is very, very strong on some of these maps. So maybe Raindrop might end in the same way I'm thinking to Flashdance. So potentially, if you want to get a little bit funky with it, a bit crazy with it, maybe Rice 4 is out there, a bit more technical, a bit harder to act overall. So that might be a place where they could hope for more chokes from Vietnam potentially.
Well, if they're going for the direction of Rice 4, something interesting to see. Their Rice 1 during the qualifiers, which is the technical analog during the qualifiers. Vietnam was 14th, Sweden was 15th. It's extremely close.
Yeah, I think those two teams were within a couple thousand points between each other as far as the team score goes. So really negligible difference between the two teams on that one. So maybe it is something to consider if you want to go towards technical. But, wait. They're picking Flashdance again.
Oh.
Or what?
Wait. I think they forgot that it's their first pick of the match, I think.
Flashdance was already picked and played, so cannot be picked again for a second time.
Yeah. Oh,
so,
wait.
yeah, they are going to Raindrop.
There we go,
okay.
Raindrop. There we go.
So it is going to be their protect at the end of the day, the more straightforward pick here. One that I think all the players here should be fairly comfortable with. It is kind of, nothing too crazy. It's mostly just the chord stream at 155 BPM. Not too crazy with the density either.
Very, very straightforward. Actually, the only thing that Sweden needs to be super careful now is that they should not concede any early drops, as we've seen over the past 3 charts. And interestingly, we're not seeing Moni going in for Vietnam this time around.
We definitely have seen Saren Shikino pull out some very strong accuracies so far, at least, on the LN picks. So should still be fine. I feel like Vietnam does have the ability to kind of put whoever feels most comfortable in with these ones.
They do indeed have that depth in their roster. Well, anyways, here we go with Raindrop, and we see Fishcake carrying at 99.9 early on, which I think
strong.
is giving the Vietnamese the advantage here.
Yeah, strong start from all 4 players though. Everyone is above 99.7 right now. Some just dropping below it very briefly there, but yes, it is only Fishcake. That is the only person who is ahead of the rest, 99.92 still at this little bit break section. But that only nets them a 1,000, 2,000 point lead. So even a couple 200s might be enough to flick this towards Sweden as long as they keep up this good accuracy they have.
And Vietnam wants to get the match point as soon as they could. They obviously have to maintain this as well. And now Sweden needs to show the composure that they're showing right now. Maybe start improving their accuracy as well. I mean, we tend to see all the range of the stat that dropped into around the 99.5 level, which isn't a good sign. They're extremely good accuracy. But you're basically a team that's carrying a 99.9, 99.7, and it's making a difference.
Yeah, more drops here from Array Self, down to 99.3. And Sad Cat as well, dropping a little bit down. Saren Shikino drops a tiny bit of accuracy, down to 99.7, but it really is the Fish Cake show right now. Holding, I don't even think, okay, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, I don't even think I've seen that number change, but then it goes up to 99.94.
Yeah, Fish Cake is gaining accuracy. Oh, well, never mind.
No.
They're... Oh, man, why?
That's your first
Anyway.
first curse of the tournament. We're getting that one out of the way now.
Well, I think first curse of this entire World Cup, I think. But anyways,
Yeah.
Fish Cake, I think, is still carrying, like, what, a single or, like, 1 or 2 200s with this play. And this is super, super impressive.
Yeah, this is incredible ratio from Fish Cake. We're gonna see what it is. 100. 1 to 20, 1 to 21 just about for Fish Cake there, which is incredible to do on any map, let alone one in the 7K World Cup here. 4 full combos, by the way, all 4 players holding up well through the entire map, but the accuracy just in favor overall from Vietnam, as has been the case so far. Shout out to the double S from Saren Shikino as well.
Now it's time for Vietnam to maybe find a chart to close this match out, unless Sweden has a comeback plan somewhere.
Yeah, Sweden asking Vietnam to pick Flashdance. They really like that map, it seems. Big fan of the Quad Jacks. But unfortunately, against the rules, not able to be picked. And Vietnam is also out of LN picks, so I would have to imagine, you know, if they wanted to keep up with the LNs, they would go towards one of these hybrid picks. Pure Silver would be the one that is crazy, but... Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. They're going for an entirely new strategy. They're picking probably the single map left in the pool that Sweden has the best chance on, if anything. At least what I would think here.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, like just a few moments ago, before the previous chart started, Sweden and Vietnam have a very, very close team score very, very close team scores on stage 1 during the qualifiers, which is a technical analog to this map pool.
Yeah, and the one kind of caveat to that is that we have seen so far that despite this being the easier kind of pools, that has favored Vietnam overall. I feel like Vietnam has shown that they have had the better overall team accuracy, the better ratio for some of these easier picks compared to the qualifiers. So we'll see how that applies to this one. This one, of course, maybe a bit or much less comfortable, we would expect, than the other 2 Rice maps that we've seen so far.
As expected from a very technical pick. I mean, I think you've seen my commentary knows I just placed for this chart in particular, lol, good luck.
Yeah, and we can already see these Graces are crazy hard, and Erase Self already with a very early miss. That's about 100 nodes into the map, so it's not going to create a huge dent in the score lead, but it's definitely going to make things hard for Sweden to be able to catch up here. And they are going to be relying on Vietnam finding a break at some point in the middle of the map now.
And this is a pretty short chart as well, only clocking just a little bit above 2 minutes. And the patterns here is super, super technical. Not exactly the easiest to gain accuracy on unless you're very confident with your skill.
Yeah, we can see Fish Cake dropping in accuracy a fair amount, down to 99.2, and actually Sad Cat and Saren Shikino are both matching each other. That is basically tied accuracy for them. It is just the difference right now, Fish Cake being ahead of Erase Self, who's dropped a little bit more, down to 98.5, understandably, with these snaps just they hurt me just like looking at them, because I just know I am not hitting 300s on those whatsoever.
And even those stairs, those are stairs, but the timings are pretty different. Like the marginal difference in timing is going to make them very, very hard to get an accuracy on. Sad Guy unfortunately finding 2 consecutive misses here. which
But
I think might start sealing the deal here for Vietnam.
yeah, it is over right now. There is no chance for a comeback as we are into the very last part of the map. It's going to be a double FC yet again for Vietnam, looking so consistent with this map pool, with the accuracy that they have as well. And I was about to say that's a Scorpion double S again for Sarah and Shikino. Unfortunately not, but very, very close to it.
And that ends the very first match of this entire World Cup season. Vietnam sweeping Sweden, and will be having the honor to face the defending champions next weekend.
Yeah, Vietnam versus Philippines. We're going to see some Southeast Asian teams clashing there next weekend in the round of 16, winners side, while I believe, well, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Sweden goes to the losers bracket and has a bye. I should have probably looked this up before I.
Yeah,
But
like,
yes, they have a bye
bye
next
makes things
week in the
complicated.
losers bracket.
Bias makes things a little bit too complicated to monitor, at least on our minds. Like, we have to keep on maintaining some notes. Though, if I hope I'm not wrong here, but they might be waiting for the loser of the.
Yes, no,
wait, no.
we've just got
No.
we've got confirmation they are going to have a bye next week in the losers bracket, so there will be no losers bracket next week, and then they'll verse the loser of the round of 16 winners match that goes in. So a little bit more complicated than usual as far as the double in brackets, but if you do look at that challenge link, I think all will be cleared up and it should make sense in time. So for now, I believe that it's our only match in this block right now. I think we have another one in a couple hours time, so make sure you stay tuned for that one, because I think definitely going to be some interesting matches this round to keep an eye on. But until then, make sure you're staying tuned, and we'll see you again in a couple hours.
I can feel you in my heart, you in my arms. I can hear your voice, I can hear you through the silence, through the silence.
Hello everyone, welcome back for another day of the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2024. We're in the round of 24, the very first week of matches so far. I believe we've only had 2 matches so far, so this would be the third one coming in for the weekend. Still plenty left over. I am Potassium F commentating alongside Mifa. How are you doing?
Hello. We're entering the second day of matches, and actually we kind of have a bit of a marathon going on because not only we got this match, we also have like another match in like around 30 minutes, and then the rest are just all she wrote for the matches coming up next. I believe we have like around 6 matches today, so I believe this is the first one we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, quite a few we've got in a row, of course, it being Sunday evening for most time zones. I think some time zones. It's Monday for me right now, so weekend's already over. But anyway, we've got what I think is probably the most interesting matchup of all of the round of 24. We can see it on the screen here. Seed number 16 versus seed number 17. Can't get any closer than that between the Netherlands and Taiwan here.
Yeah, middle of the bunch of the seed. This is technically just the middle seeds, just fighting for their lives essentially. But interesting to note that one of these teams don't even have like 4-player roster. They just stick with the 2 and 3 player team there.
Yeah,
I believe it's probably the first time we've seen.
Yeah, I think Outlasted for Netherlands only played in stage 4, so like the coordination pick. But other than that, it is the same 2 players on the Netherlands. Freak and Tyronix playing most of the maps, I believe. And also, just to note as well, not only are they close in seed, but almost every single stage, all of the 8 stages in the qualifiers, these 2 teams were right next to each other, within a few thousand points of virtually every single stage. So we were having a big discussion earlier, like what do these teams even pick and ban?
And now we already see the bans are there now. We got Banka being banned by Netherlands, and we don't see April 14 yet for this today, but for Taiwan. So we're going to be seeing quite a bit of a disparity in terms of picks, and they're going for a hybrid 2. Here's Silver.
Hold on a second. I was wondering what the protects were. I think the protects were accidentally skipped.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a look after once we get to see what the protects are, but I believe it shouldn't be too far off the mark from what we've discussed earlier about protects.
But yeah, I was thinking because out of all of the 8 stages, I would say the biggest gap between these 2 teams that happened in the qualifiers, and probably the reason why Netherlands is seed 16 instead of Taiwan, is the stage 4, where Netherlands did outscore Taiwan by a decent margin. So I was thinking LN1 might be something at some point for the Netherlands to try and go for if they want to protect that one, but at the same time, I feel like Netherlands themselves might not be entirely comfortable. It's a very hard type of a map to be comfortable with, even if you're very strong overall.
Oh, maybe we got a bit of a miscommunication, seems like. I believe we probably haven't seen any sort of protected picks.
Yeah.
Because so there might have been some skip, so...
I think the protects were accidentally skipped here, which means that there might be a redo of the pick and ban phase here in order.
Yeah, probably the obvious thing that the bans are pretty much apparent, so I think that's a given for the bans, but the protect by itself, it could be interesting to see how the strategy goes on.
Okay, it looks like we might just end up skipping the protects, because the teams already know what each other's bans are, so it could potentially be a little bit unfair to give protects now. I think that would be the idea behind it.
Yeah, I think at this point, even if I guess in the logistical perspective, where if you already given the bans, the protects doesn't matter anymore, because the protected picks are essentially you cannot ban them, but given they already gave the ban, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
We'll see. But while that's all going on, getting resolved here, I am actually extremely interested in this first pick from Taiwan because I did not expect this whatsoever. Just in the meantime, Pure Silver, I did not think was going to be first picked by any team, just because it's so weird.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, it is a hybrid, and most teams, aside from this match, most teams do end up in a little bit of a pick Rice or pick LN kind of mentality. So we're already getting kind of in the middle of this like mix of skill sets that is being picked out right out of the gates. Makes a lot of sense in this match since I don't think either team has an advantage in the LNs or the Rice. But at the same time, this is a map that is filled, like you can hear it in the song as well, it is filled with these really uncomfortable to act graces. And I feel like a lot of teams are going to end up struggling to maintain any kind of accuracy on a map like this.
Yeah, so given this is a little bit of a jab towards Netherlands, given their hybrids should be relatively close to within each other, but at the same time, if you exclude the fact that the qualifiers doesn't really test some sort of a gimmicky hybrid that involves a lot of snaps, this one might actually give it an inkling idea on how they would play out. Because Netherlands banned Banca, and Banca is some sort of this thing in terms of pattern, except this is just hybrid in itself.
Yeah, I guess in a way it is playing into what Netherlands ended up banning, so kind of inferring some level of discomfort the Netherlands might have for kind of patterns like this, for accuracy on maps such as this. So we'll see how it works out.
I have high hopes that this would be no issues coming up from the accuracy. Maybe not for Outlasted, because maybe there's some 200s on the beginning, but shouldn't be mattering too much because the hard part isn't come out yet.
Yeah, still plenty of the map left, so a lot of time to be able to come back here. And we can already see Outlasted building up the combo as Eggtart and Hero Jeff both dropping a little bit of accuracy.
They're staying in the same area, the 99.5-ish, and Outlasted is gaining like ever so slightly, so the difference is just basically non-existent.
Oh, and Tyronix also dropping a little bit of accuracy down to the similar level as Hero Jeff. So now Taiwan looking like a tiny advantage as far as the accuracy goes here now. But right, 1,000 points.
Oh god, okay, here goes a bit some spicy patterns coming out of that, a little bit of broken patterns between courts. And so far doesn't look like it's going to trip up maybe some accuracy drops like Tyronix does. Has a few early hits there.
Yeah, and we can see accuracy kind of dropping for multiple players here. Tyronix, Hero Jeff, and Outlast are both dropping a little bit of accuracy, but Eggtart's the one that's been able to hold on to this 99.57 throughout the entire map. And that's giving a little bit of an advantage over Taiwan.
He's been pretty much staying in the 99.5 area, maybe gaining a little bit, but I guess the patterns doesn't really let itself up either.
But still 3,000 points. Oh, and we can see it shrinking a little bit, but Outlasted finds a miss.
Wow.
That's the first miss of the match here. 1/3 of the map left, and it feels like Netherlands has to rely on a miss from Taiwan coming in, but multiple more misses from Outlasted here. It's looking like that might have sealed the map here for Taiwan as we're approaching the outro.
We're approaching the outro with like about 25,000. That's already a comfortable lead at the moment, especially when Taiwan still has their 2 FCs. So the difference by itself is already big enough.
Yeah, and even with that combo advantage, they still have the accuracy advantage on the side of Taiwan. So it does look like they're going to comfortably pick up. Well, I say comfortably, but that was very close.
FCs. Oh my god, 200s.
Yeah, 200 count gaming there. Actually, interestingly enough, Netherlands had the better ratio. Both of those Netherlands players having the better ratio over the Taiwanese players, but It's those 200 counts, the 100 counts as well, and those misses. Oh, those misses were brutal for Outlasted. Without those, I think this would have been a very, very close point.
Yeah, this is already a solid point, except maybe I guess there's only this one pick that might be in Taiwan's comfort zone. So we're still in the question mark area for both of these teams that I'm going to go with.
Yeah, now Netherlands pick, and you would have to think, the accuracy was, for the first 2/3 of that map at least, basically tied even for both teams. So I feel like if Netherlands pick something that they can comfortably combo, the both of them, then I feel like Netherlands will definitely be able to win some. It feels like it's very hard to, if you were in Netherlands' shoes, I am actually not sure what they should pick. I mean, maybe if Taiwan is not as comfortable with the coordination, potentially LN3 might be something to go for. But at the same time, I feel like the coordination aspect of that is maybe not quite enough for Netherlands to really have a solid advantage on.
Actually, given Taiwan has a solid lead for Pure Silver, Freshness Vacation might be their go-to after this. But at the same time, Netherlands also needs to maybe play something a little bit different than the rest of the the rest of the pool, because there's also Flash Dance, which is very different as chord slash, not quite chord jacks, but it's at the same time it's just the coordination is actually on a whole different level. Going for Carnosia.
Oh, okay. So still going with the LNs. That seems to be the plan of attack here for the Netherlands early on. So Carnosia, definitely a much different map to what we just saw. This one much more straightforward as far as the accuracy is concerned. I think the OD definitely helps in that regard as well. I believe this one's OD6.
Yeah, this is OD6. I guess the most straightforward of the LN picks that we... I guess there's only 3, but this one is the most straightforward. So the accuracy might be a kind of a bowl game for Netherlands to try to capitalize. Tyronix is also very good at ratio, these kinds of things. And we're seeing Freak instead of Outlasted now this time.
Yeah, Freak being switched in here, so we are having those two playing for the Netherlands, and of course Taiwan only has 2 players on their roster, so we are never going to be seeing any switches out from them.
Yeah, essentially because Taiwan only has a 2-player team, so it's surprising if you can swap players from Taiwan, because they only have 2. So far has the early lead for Netherlands. So at this point in time, it kind of doesn't matter too much. Fantasy by itself is easy enough for these players to handle.
Yeah, we're seeing a very clear, at least early difference in comfort levels when it comes to the accuracy here. Hero Jeff dropping down to the 99.2, Eggtart as well 99.3. and Freak and Tyronix both performing a little bit better, although they are starting to drop in accuracy just a little bit. This score lead is not that big still.
Essentially almost the same accuracy, although Tyronix picking up the first drop here might be starting to get a little bit dangerous for the lead now.
That was the cleanest drop I've ever seen in an LN density pick. That accuracy did not budge whatsoever, and surprisingly enough, it seems like there's enough accuracy on the side of the Netherlands to keep them in the lead. Tyronix now well above that 400 common mark already. Even though this is a short map, this accuracy difference is just carrying the Netherlands through this.
Alright, no one actually budged to the whole trails on that, so all goes for the accuracy, it seems like, because Hero Jeff doesn't seem to gain that much of an accuracy. In fact, maybe dropping a fair bit. It's essentially the same accuracy all this time.
Yeah, Hero Jeff has dropped a little bit, but Egg Tart has managed to bring the accuracy back within touching distance of Freak and Tyronix here. But it's looking like it's just not enough. As we're getting towards the end of the map, nothing major happening for either teams, and despite the double FC from Taiwan's side, the superior accuracy is enough for the Netherlands to get on the board.
Yeah, it seems like that Hero Jeff's ratio does seem to be taking a little bit of a hit, because as everyone essentially is all on the 600s of the 300s, but the accuracy difference by the 200 count is it's essentially the same for Netherlands. Taiwan did suffer a little bit from that. But that's the first point we see in the Netherlands, and touching for winning on their own picks. So we're still not out of the woods in terms of unpredictableness in there.
So now it's Taiwan, and you did mention before, if Taiwan want to keep up with those hybrids, it might be an idea for them. I wonder, at some point, I do expect one of these teams to go for one of these rice picks that are up as well. Because so far we've had a very unorthodox kind of first two maps to have in a match.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that, because if we're looking at the rice picks in particular, all right, there you go. Yeah, Freshest Vacation is the next pick from Taiwan. Another hybrid.
Yeah, so the second hybrid we're seeing, Taiwan did win the first one, but whether or not I would be very confident in that first victory for Taiwan, I probably would, honestly, because that was looking like, if everyone FC'd that one, it probably would have been within a few thousand points between the two teams. So I feel like if Netherlands can hold the combo, then I feel like this is a pretty big opportunity for a breakpoint.
Yeah, given this is Pure Silver was an outlier in itself, given a 25,000 point lead over something that is pretty gimmicky with graces and stuff. This one doesn't have that much, but it's still awkward enough to the point that if you lose your focus on some of the patterns in this, especially at the last quarter of this chart, it gets a little bit spiky, and I'm kind of concerned about how Taiwan will be able to tackle them.
Okay, let's see how this one goes. Good starts for all the players. Actually, a little bit of a better start for the Netherlands. In the first 100 notes, actually. Wait, Freak, dropping a few 200s there.
Oh, actually, yeah. A bit rough. Rocky start. Not the best of starts for the Netherlands, seems like. But at this point, that's a drop, actually. A weird drop for that, for Hero Jeff.
Yeah, never mind. It is actually a pretty good start for the Netherlands at this point, because, yeah, first drop coming in very early on into the map, so it's not going to matter as much as a drop later on.
That's 100 from Tyronix there. I'm not sure what happened there, but now the lead is starting to a little bit shifted, but at the same time, Hero Jeff need to gain his accuracy even back up to the 99.1-ish now.
Yeah, Hero Jeff is gaining the accuracy. The accuracy is actually just about even between the two teams. Actually, maybe a little bit in Taiwan's favor. So as this map continues, the accuracy lead for Taiwan, if they manage to build it up a little bit more, might be enough.
That's a miss again for Freak now. Now essentially only have two FCs, one on each team, but Taiwan does have some... Well, actually, the pattern by itself is good, so I'm kind of concerned about it, but the lead is now in Taiwan, but by a slim margin.
Yeah, that miss from Freak matters a lot more than Hero Jeff's miss earlier on, because it did happen, after the 400 combo mark, as opposed to Hero Jeff. And also, on top of that, we have Egg Tart holding on to a 99.5, Tyronix dropping down a little bit during that second third of the map. So now this is a 5,000 point lead in favor of Taiwan. They just need to hold on to this combo if they want to secure this one.
5,000 into the last quarter of the chart. Essentially, you don't lose your focus right here, because the patterns gets a little bit denser, but also kind of awkward to hit. And I'm kind of concerned on what Hero Jeff is going to handle this now. especially with some accuracy drops for both teams. Essentially the same lead, maybe?
Oh, wait a second. Oh, the Freak with another miss. Just as the score was starting to shrink a little bit, Freak finds that miss, and as we're getting towards the end of the map, it looks like this is going to be another point for Thailand. Unfortunate outro miss. That last miss from Tyronix might have been absolutely tragic if Freak didn't also miss earlier.
Yeah, but regardless, it's not quite a solid point for Taiwan, especially their accuracy is kind of around the same area because the 200 count are almost in Netherlands' favor. The ratio by itself is very good for Tyronix, but the ratio needs to be worked up a little bit there for Taiwan.
Yeah, Tyronix is definitely showing up in the ratio department this match so far, holding on to, we can just see the difference here between Tyronix and Hero Jeff next to each other. That's almost half of the 300 count. So now it is 3 points in a row being won by the team that picked it. So all in all, no solid advantage for either team so far in this match, but it is Netherlands who are going to have to respond with their own pick now if they want to keep this match even. They do have one LN pick left to go for if they want to keep going through those. I think it's a fairly good call because I feel like LN2 ended up being fairly comfortable for them. Even with that one miss, they still managed to comfortably win.
Yeah, at the same time, Crush Alcohol is also the wild cardish of a kind of LN. You kind of don't expect most of the density comes from it. And speaking of which, there's also the Rice pick that my Netherlands could touch with, because I think there's also Luminaria, which maybe tip into the Netherlands' favor. Oh, and actually going for the last hybrid here. Interesting enough.
Okay, an interesting pick in Cosmoscape. Going for the last hybrids. Yeah, so all 3 hybrids being picked in the first 4 maps. I'm trying to think back. I don't think I've ever seen this happen before in a World Cup match where all 3 hybrids just get immediately picked out at the start. But we are seeing it. Both of these teams feeling confident with them.
Yeah, this one is, I guess, the most generic as it can be for a hybrid. But this is relatively slow, so the LNs in it might actually kind of a struggle, especially with the lower BPM. So the releases in it might actually be a little bit of a, problems for both of these teams. The accuracy by itself is fine. It's just weird.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, seeing the 3 maps that we've seen so far, it's very hard for me to say that any pick is a bad pick for either team, because I feel like for Netherlands, it doesn't necessarily matter as much whether or not it's, Rice or LN or any kind of skill set. What matters more is whether or not Netherlands feels comfortable holding the combos and holding the accuracy, because I feel like Netherlands has had the superior accuracy, ignoring the misses so far in this match. So if Netherlands can combo through it, as you said, this one might be a little bit more of a straightforward hybrid pick. Maybe that is the strategy here to win on the accuracy side of things.
Yeah, the sharpshooting advantage for Netherlands is going to matter a lot in this match. If you miss like once or twice, you're gonna have to pray that the other player will also have some accuracy deficit that comes into it. Kind of an ominous start.
Yeah, flickering back and forth. I believe. Oh, actually, Tyronix.
Okay. Yeah, there's a 50. There might have been a slider break on the LN there.
Yeah, that was a 50 that I saw there. So accuracy still fairly high for Tyronix, but Egg Tart right now is destroying it. 99.8%, and that's keeping Taiwan well in the accuracy department here. We're getting a nice and easy little chord stream section here.
Yeah, some broken up chord stream that might actually get a little bit of a consistency check for all these players. But as we get into the LNs, which are also kind of aggravatingly hard to get, and Hero Jet now actually starts to tank, and now the lead is going and actually kind of shifting towards Netherlands at this point.
Yeah, look at this now. Taiwan both not faring too well on the LNs. Hero Jeff, a massive break. That all the way down to below 99%. Tyronix misses as well. I don't think that matters whatsoever. That was a monumentally large accuracy drop. And now Eggtard as well.
Missing now.
Okay, the misses from Tyronix earlier on in this map do not matter whatsoever when now we can see the accuracy lead well in favor of Netherlands. They still have the only full combo on Freak's side as well. This lead is looking fairly solid as we're getting into the last quarter of the map, 12k points, and it looks like it's going to keep growing as Eggtard is not quite at the 400 combo mark just yet.
About a solid 13,000 point lead. At this point, we're going to more of the LN stuff here. Kinda concerned because anything can happen here.
But I think Netherlands can afford a couple of misses even, as long as they keep the accuracy intact. If they stay above that, 99% range, they should still have this accuracy advantage.
Tyronix, there's a drop there. Not sure what happens here.
Finds a miss, a little bit of act drop, but it looks like there's not enough time. 3,000 points in the end. I spoke maybe a little bit too soon, but it's all safe at the end for the Netherlands. They managed to win it out despite some back and forth misses, and it's all on Freak. We can see 978k, the only FC in the whole lobby, was what really put Netherlands ahead.
Coming in clutch with the full combo on Cosmos game, no less. And I already calculated that and once we get into the middle section, Netherlands already had like 13,000 point lead, and now it's shrunk to almost 4,000 now. And it's just on one singular drop from Tyronix there that is pretty much kind of, it's scary enough to the point that it could actually lose the point.
Yeah, we're seeing some big score swings here, and that can definitely happen when we're having maps with lower note counts than we might usually see for some of the later rounds of the World Cup. But right now, Taiwan, okay, this is interesting because we've got Taiwan now picking the last LN pick. Both of these teams just hate rice, apparently.
Yeah, well,
big noodle fan.
Yeah, okay, so, I guess that's kind of the trend for 7Key in general. They don't like playing hard rice. They like playing LNs because the density is justified enough to be played. It's kind of easy in itself. You would agree because you're an LN player on the 7Key. I also play on LNs on 7Key. And rice is the worst thing that you can actually practice on.
Yeah, but this is an interesting pick as well because I feel like, Netherlands and LN2 definitely prove that they do perhaps have a bit of a comfort advantage against Taiwan. And also on the map that we just saw on Hybrid 1, I feel like it was the LN sections that really put Netherlands ahead in the first place of that map. So I am not entirely sure about this pick from Taiwan, but we'll have to see. They're going to have to show why they are so confident picking this this early on into the match.
Also, shoutouts to Malt having an easier difficulty being picked on that tournament, but this is essentially harder. Has a lot going on into it because as makes LN go, this has a lot to offer.
Yeah, all players off to a fairly good start. We're not seeing any large accuracy drops, so both teams staying very, very close to each other overall. Less than 1,000 points.
Tyronix. That's a drop there.
That's with the first miss. Everyone else dropping. Actually,
Eggtard. And actually, Tyronix actually trading that out. What I'm noticing is that Eggtard doesn't really like to play those ascending and descending court with the shield on the LNs there.
But after the dust settles a little bit, it is Taiwan out with a 5,000 point lead. That miss from Eggtard could have been the opportunity that Netherlands were looking for, but traded out. So in the end, looks like Taiwan with a little bit of an accuracy lead and also one miss in their favor. Going into the second half of the map, still plenty of time to come back from this. It's only 5,000 points.
And now we're entering to I mean, we're almost entering into the 3-node, 4-node court of LNs. Well, like we've seen on the other matches that we've seen so far, they don't have any other issues. But court streamed on the, I guess, 90 BPM-ish that involves like 3 to 4-node courts is going to matter a lot on your accuracy.
And actually, look at this. The accuracy is getting closer and closer as we're seeing Hero Jeff and Eggtart dropping a little bit in accuracy while Tyronix is building back up. And this point lead is only 3,000 points now. A couple 200s might be enough to flick this, but
yeah, there's a bit of them. There's a bit of 200s, but by both teams here, essentially trading any kind of accuracy deficit. But Freak is actually tanking quite a bit there. Quite a bit, a lot of 100s and 200s on that side.
And at the end, it looks like it favors Taiwan just a little bit. 7,000, 8,000 points now in the lead. And we're towards the outro. Still a little bit to play through, but Taiwan just looking to hold on to these combos mostly. They still have that combo advantage. So as long as they keep it up for the rest of the map, and it looks like they're going to manage to hold on.
They're going to manage to hold on by essentially almost 10,000 point lead just by purely on the mistake on the 200 count. And Tyronix with a 450, well, I guess 4 slider breaks in total, even though with a better ratio, I mean, overall. I mean, I guess it's close enough for the other 2 Taiwanese players, but Freak is suffering on that ratio now.
Yeah, Freak and Hero Jeff both coming up with the full combos. But actually, the players that missed didn't really have lower scores at all than the full combo players.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Eggtart and Tyronix both with the misses, but their scores are pretty much the same as their teammates.
Freak with an SC is worse than Tyronix 5 slider break run. That's insane. Now essentially Taiwan still has the ball going for them, and they won all their own picks. And Netherlands will have to win their own pick unless Taiwan will get to a guaranteed tiebreaker at this point.
Yeah, and now, interestingly enough, there are only rice maps left. Yeah, and I do think, if I remember correctly, was it Netherlands that had the better Stage 2 score?
Netherlands did have a better stage score by about like quite a bit actually, like about 30,000, 40,000-ish.
It was a decent enough amount maybe to warrant them going for it, but for now it looks like they're not going to. They're going to go for the Chord Stream pick instead. Now, this is one that we don't have a huge amount of information on in particular, because even though there was a Chord Stream map in the qualifiers, that is not very comparable here. This is
that's a miles harder.
This is much easier. This is going to be way more of an pure accuracy test, whereas the qualifier was much more of a consistency, a stamina test in that regard.
Yeah, it's more of a speedier Chord Stream. This one is slower, but I guess if you watch like last year's World Cup, the 7Q 2023, there was Primatrix that was pretty much comparable to this one, except this is also still easier by a fair amount. But that kind of pattern existed in here, so we'll see what happens now. But Eggtart finally actually very early drop here.
And very bad start in terms of the accuracy from Eggtart as well. He's going to manage to bring it back up pretty quickly, but it's a bit of a sticky situation for Taiwan.
Nice, Thailand, Thailand, sure.
But dropping down that early, this is a map, as I said before, this is going to be a bit of an accuracy battle, and we can see that overall, these accuracies are fairly high on average. Tyronix in particular, 99.8%. Even though Eggtart managing to catch up to 99%, it's still a while away before they are able to really catch up with the other 3 scores.
Oh, actually, quite a bit of an accuracy drop there by Eggtart there, going from the 99.3 to 99.1. And now it's all full steam ahead for Netherlands here, with accuracy by Tyronix is 0.3% better than everyone else.
Yeah, everyone's starting to drop a little bit of AC here from Freak and Hero Jeff in particular, but you're right. Oh, Freak actually finding a miss. That might be big. Actually still has the accuracy advantage on Netherlands' side, but I don't think that is necessarily going to be enough. We can see 1,000 points.
Tyronix did drop a few 200s on their side, but again, it's like about less than a 2,000 point lead going into these court every 3/4 of a measure.
No,
But
it's
now,
enough.
it's still enough for Netherlands to by the skin of their teeth, essentially.
It's enough. Tyronics alone, the accuracy on Tyronics alone is enough to completely counteract the miss from Freak. Now, I did not think that was. I thought that was going over to Taiwan, absolutely, but no, that's what we're seeing here. Of course, there was the early miss from Eggtar. That might be playing into things a little bit. But this lead is now growing further and further out as Hero Jeff is starting to really drop the accuracy down to 99.4. Eggtart's still struggling to come back compared to the other players. And this lead we can see is just ballooning up now as Tyronics and Freak maintain these accuracies.
So nothing has really happened so far yet. They still have their own picks being won, and now it's essentially best of 3, even with Hero Jeff losing the FC at the very end there. But wow, Tyronics with 4,200 been really good ratio.
990k is very rare to see in any 7k World Cup match. But I just want to point out how tragic Taiwan's scores were. That was Eggtart missing at like the first second, Hero Jeff missing at the last second.
Yeah, we're seeing a theme here.
It's unfortunate there for Taiwan, but ultimately would not have mattered anyway with the accuracy, I believe, from the Netherlands. So it is so far 3-3. We have both teams. They're going to get 1 pick each. They can only pick Rice because that's all that's left.
That's all that's left. They're going to go with either speed or the harder-ish mixed pick or the court jack, which is essentially the worst thing that you can pick from the 3 picks.
I think that would Netherlands go for the court jack?
I think Netherlands should save Luminaria there. And Taiwan
actually,
to pick on Flash Dance. Oh, actually, they're going for the harder ones.
Yeah,
oh, boy.
actually, this makes a lot of sense to me. I feel like Netherlands probably should pick Rice 1, and Thailand picking Rice 5 makes a lot of sense to me here. Rice 5 being, I would say, probably the most physically demanding Rice map in the pool here. And I think that kind of makes sense given what we've seen out of Taiwan, maybe struggling a little bit more with the accuracy side of things, right?
Yeah, so I mean, this is straightforward. So that's the saving grace that Netherlands can and take this point off of Taiwan because of that kind of the vibe from this pick. But you're prone to more misses if you sharpshoot way too hard on this.
But yeah, that's exactly what Taiwan is kind of aiming for right now, because they have won all their points so far off of misses. So them picking like the relatively harder map of the pool, that is looking for misses coming out, and we can see Freak very early miss on these mini jacks, catching him off guard here. That's going to give Taiwan a little bit of an early lead. But that said, the accuracies on Hero Jeff and Freak both suffering right now.
This is actually the speedier section, which Netherlands should have the aim for this, but at the same, we're seeing quite a bit of drops from Freak mostly, because the Hero Jet did tank a fair bit, but managed to get a grip on that.
Eggtart drops a fair amount of accuracy as well, down from 99.6, while Tyronics is still holding. Never mind.
Oh,
a little bit backed up from Tyronics there. But Eggtart finds a miss.
Okay,
and that might be enough.
This makes some things interesting, because the lead is going to shift to Netherlands just by a fair bit, but Freak needs to get his accuracy back up.
Is it though? Is it really? Why is it still like this? Why is the score always just...
Oh, that's a 200 from Freak there. Alright, most of the graces here. This is what Netherlands should capitalize on, because this is the more of the speedier side of section. But Hero Jeff now with a drop there. Oh my god, the Tyronics as well. There's only one FC and it's on the Freak side.
No, Freak missed at the very start. There's no FCs left, and Eggtart finds another miss. That's 2 misses for Taiwan in that trade. That's going to give Netherlands a bit of an advantage now. 8,000 points, looking like it's shrinking a little bit though, as the accuracies drop a little bit on Netherlands' side. Both Hero Jeff and Eggtart on the same accuracy now. They're going to have to try and bring it up as high as they can in the last quarter of the map.
Yeah, still essentially what could be like Tyronic's full all speed ahead on that kind of accuracy, and Hirojeff taking another mistake.
All these misses are really adding up. I feel like the accuracy advantage now also in Netherlands' favor because of those misses, and Freak managing to build up the accuracy back again. And Tyronix holding on with this accuracy once again. Egg Tart with another miss. It feels like that is just going to be it. The very first break point of the entire match happening at the most important moment.
Most crucial thing is that Tyronix is way leagues above everyone else in the lobby with that kind of ratio. And that explains on why Netherlands is very good at sharpshooting these kinds of things. And that saves the trouble for Frick there.
Yeah, and I was saying, Taiwan was winning all of these points because of the misses, but this time it worked the other way. It was Taiwan finding the repeated misses, but Netherlands only one miss apiece for their players and also keeping that accuracy intact. And now this is going to be the last pick of the match. Netherlands get their own pick on match point. They have a pretty rough choice, though, to be fair. They have only 2 maps they can choose from. And Taiwan...
Oh, there you go. Yep. No wasting time. Going for Luminaria, which to be expected.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think the Quad Jack, especially on an early round, is way too risky, especially, since it is a map that I feel like all the players are going to get really strong accuracies on. This is one where, since it is a kind of speed pick, there might be a chance that Taiwan is not very comfortable maintaining good accuracy on it. I think that's why Netherlands might have a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, but I guess the speed by itself is still slower enough that Taiwan might not suffer much of the damage coming from it. So it's still a bit of a gamble, but I guess this is the better pick of the two. So Netherlands will have to see if they can secure this point off from Taiwan here, and essentially can take the win from this match. Going for mirror this time for Hero Jeff.
A bit of a rough start for all the players, actually. Finding a lot of 200s on the early
that's
parts.
Quite a bit there. Wow. Okay, yeah. This is kind of weird to see none of them at the 99s. Oh, Freak!
Yeah, Tyronic's actually the only one above 99% and just barely. But that miss from Freak is going to give Taiwan a very early lead as all the players are going to try to build back up above 99, but we're still seeing 200s coming in from a few players. Tyronic's went out with a miss, actually.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm not too sure because there's still quite a bit of material to go in this chart. And the saving grace that we haven't seen the ending for the last quarter of it now. And we're all at 99 territory.
Yeah, I will see that.
Oh my god!
Another miss. That's looking a little bit dangerous for the Netherlands. I was going to say, I feel like even though there's been a few misses for the Netherlands, if Netherlands can hold on to the combo and build up this accuracy, I think they could still take back the lead. Because we can see Tyronix is still above everyone else in terms of accuracy. And that could give them an advantage as the map goes on, but they have to hold on to the combos for that.
Oh no, Hirojeff taking the first drop here. So it's still not enough given the highest accuracy, and both of them are from Taiwan now.
Both Taiwanese players are down, and all that lead is shrinking so fast. It's going to take a while for these two players to get above 400 combo as well. I feel like this lead might just evaporate as we're getting into the last quarter of the map now. Accuracy advantage very slightly in Netherlands' favor.
Still out of the 400 coming from Taiwan, so the lead is going to share to Netherlands, but Freak, another mistake there. And I feel like there's not much else left in the chart now.
Yeah, there's not much left to be played here. 10,000 point lead, but we've seen how quickly these point swings can go.
We're coming into the end here.
Hold onto the combo, but no, Egg Tart finds a miss. I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough, and we're now seeing the tiebreaker for this first match of day 2 of this week.
Oh my god, we're going all the way here. Taiwan clutching it right back after the first breakpoint happened one map earlier. And now into the tiebreaker for the
We
first time this
honestly
weekend.
don't have any idea on where this would tip over. So this is a wild ride. Prepare your seats because this is a 6-minute tiebreaker.
Well, we have seen both teams win on hybrids. We've seen both teams win on LN, and we've seen both teams win on Rice. So, as we kind of predicted at the start, this match has been very unpredictable. The kind of skill sets that each team has had is very minimal. That I don't think either team has particular advantages against each other. Although I will say that I think Netherlands overall, Tyronix in particular, might be the person to watch if we're looking at the accuracy. And in long maps, accuracy does matter quite a lot.
Yeah, especially with the gauntlet of this chart. Accuracy does matter a lot, so even if you miss, you would still have to get a lot higher accuracy to compensate for that mistake. And I think this would really in favor of Netherlands if that's the case. But Taiwan really needs to get the combo game out. And I believe I think we might not see any kind of player swap here, especially with Netherlands, because there's also Outlasted that hasn't played ever since Pure Silver. So we're gonna see what happens there.
I feel like we should expect Tyronix and Freak to be the ones to play this. Makes sense given that they were the ones to play all of the hybrid maps as well in the qualifier stage, and of course, this being the tiebreaker, this one is a bit harder than some of the other maps in the pool. So maybe a little bit more in line with something like a stage 3 from the qualifiers.
Alright, we seems to be ready to go, as this is the last pick for the tiebreaker for this match. And once players are going to be ready up, there's no turning back.
Okay, Charlie, we're in the lab. The tracking index mark is the same. Roger, we copy.
Looks like both teams just taking a bit of a rest for now, a little bit of a mind reset as we're going into this map, because of course nerves are going to be at peak right now for both of these teams. After such a close match, it's all going to be decided in this last one. And you can imagine,
Yeah.
nerves can absolutely crush, because I feel like individual misses, individual accuracy drops has been what has decided pretty much all of these maps so far.
Alright, seems we got a little bit of a spook there. So now Frick should be ready to go once to see all this map in its glory.
Okay, I think everyone's in the lobby again right now. We're gonna get into it. Last map of the match, we're gonna see who is going to get sent down to the losers bracket early and who is going to move on to verse South Korea, I believe, next week.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild ride after this match happens, and the winner of that will have to face the powerhouse of the team. So, really, give your support for both of these teams now.
Yeah, absolutely, because they definitely need it right now. So we're getting into the intro here. A little bit of a rough start here for Freak as far as the accuracy is concerned, but of course a very long map, so nothing too significant. And there's some of these LN patterns coming in here. Players dropping in a little bit of accuracy.
Or the
It's gonna be-
sporadic LNs here. no one seems to catch anything off guard here. The difference is still basically the same.
Yeah, Freaks recovered the accuracy, now matching Hero Jeff. But Tyronix has dropped a tiny bit, and Egg Tart is the one that's pulling ahead as far as the accuracy is concerned. But we can see less than 1,000 points, so this lead
Essentially
negligible.
no difference at all.
Ooh, and Hero Jeff and Egg Tart both dropping 200s in that roll. So now the lead switching over, a whopping 400 points for the Netherlands.
We're entering the first quarter and none of the lead seems to be considerable enough for them to take a breather here. Oh no, Freak with the first drop there.
First drop of the tiebreaker now. We're getting a little bit of a lead in Taiwan's favor. Of course, single drops don't mean a whole lot because that was a very clean one.
That is a very clean one. We're entering more of the LN territory and it should be on Netherlands' favor as far as ratio goes now. But at the same time, you really need to not slip at any point in these patterns.
Yeah, and look at the accuracies actually between the two teams. I feel like it's very even, but Freak finds a second miss now. And this lead is going to grow a tiny bit over to Taiwan. It was another clean one though, importantly. And Egg Tart now trading that one right back. So this is going to get a lot closer.
And another miss again by Freak there. So I guess the lead is just pretty much on Taiwan's favor at this point in time. But again, this is still the first third of this chart.
And I'm just going to note as well, despite that miss earlier from Egg Tart, this accuracy means that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Egg Tart has the highest score of the entire lobby right now. And that's the reason why Taiwan are in a 4,000 point lead.
Still 4,000 point lead, but watch these LS.
Oh,
it's
no.
gonna rip you apart if you lose your
no.
focus on the releases.
Watch these LNs, Mifa says, right as Egg Tart unfortunately finds a miss there. It's going to take a while for that combo to reset up to 400. So Netherlands is going to be able to reclaim some of this lead. And the lead is still not very big despite the misses we've seen. And Freak.
With
Very
the drop
unfortunate.
after the transition. All still with 2 FCs on the top row, it really needs to hold on. And especially Freak, we have to combat the accuracy deficit from Egg Tart there.
But these misses have all been so clean. And also, we can look now at some of the accuracy. Hero Jeff is struggling a little bit in accuracy after that LN section. So this lead is going to stay very close.
Here comes a bit of the 1/3 core jack-ish with some elements into it that we haven't seen any player that they're playing core jacks at this point in time.
And
Egg Tart with a mistake there. There's a big mistake there.
And this lead down below 2,000 points. This is within touching distance now. We still have a third of the map. Still plenty of map left to play. 2 minutes left and 1,000 points.
Tyronix, oh my god. That's a big mistake
combo.
for Tyronix. No FC on the Netherlands side. And the only Hero Jeff is holding on very strong in this.
Yeah, Hero Jeff with the lowest accuracy, but that full combo is doing a lot of work, given that everyone else has been finding misses on some of these LN patterns in particular. And now 5,000 points.
This is the weirdest patterns in existence of this map pool, and kind of like similar to Banka-ish kind of pattern, but this is very awkward to hit, especially really awkward to ratio on.
We're seeing some 200s actually, out of Freak in particular, and Freak finding the miss as well. Now this is going to make Taiwan. This lead is growing now. It's growing to a point where they're feeling a little bit more safe. 8,000 points still recoverable from the Netherlands, but they're going to have to reduce these misses quite a lot in the outro of this map. We're still seeing Hero Jeff with the full combo, Egg Tart on the highest accuracy still of the lobby.
Alright, more of these consistent base check there, but Freak now making another mistake, and it's now ballooning up to 10,000 point lead for Taiwan here. And there's not much time left, and Taiwan is going to take this if Netherlands doesn't recover quick enough. But Egg Tart with a massive, quite a big drop. Now Hero Jeff with only FC remaining is gone.
Double miss from Taiwan. That's both of their players missing. This lead shrinks by a little bit, but the accuracies are still there. Egg Tart's still ahead in the accuracy department despite the misses. So even though there's no FCs, it's still 6,000 points, and there's going to have to be another few misses you would have to think from Taiwan for this lead to really close. And I think as long as they maintain the combo, they might have just been able to do it.
It's not meant to be for the Netherlands' day to be over, and looks like Taiwan is going to emerge victorious out of this tiebreaker, winning 5-4 with the heavy lifting from Hero Jeff, maintaining full combo up until the last LN section.
And we can see in such a long map as well, the ability to maintain combo for that long in the match, enough to get the MVP with the lowest accuracy as well. But Taiwan definitely pulled off a massive performance in that match, the last 2 points of that match.
Yeah, this is really what settles in for a highlight of this round. Round of 24, we already have a first tiebreaker in the third match of the entire round, and this is what we have come up with. And Taiwan is going to emerge victorious out of this one. So congratulations for Taiwan for winning this massive respect for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams played extraordinarily well. Taiwan going to be versing South Korea in the winners bracket next week, whereas Netherlands will get a bye in the losers bracket. They will not be playing a match next week, but they will be playing a team to be determined in the week after. Now, also, I believe, just to get this out here, players may have been looking forward to the match between Indonesia versus France, which has been going on at the same time. That started about 30 minutes ago. But unfortunately, just as the tiebreaker just finished, so did the match between Indonesia and France, which ended in a 5-0 victory for Indonesia. So unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see the rest of that match on stream.
Yeah, so Indonesia did win pretty much a clean sweep against France 5-0. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Until we get into the next 32 minutes, there's another match coming up around the block, which is going to be Russia versus Denmark. This is also one that I'm also interested in to see how this match would play out in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a few banger matches coming up here. All of these ones that you can see there, all basically in a row, 15, 16, 17, 18 UTC. So stick around because only 30 minutes away from the next one here, and we're going to be able to see a lot of hopefully close matches like the one that we just saw here. So until then, we'll see you soon.
Also, in case you didn't notice and you haven't known yet, we opened up a banner page for on the OSA store that you can purchase to support your favorite teams throughout this tournament. In 7Q World Cup 2024, just by about $250, just to support your favorite team, and the price for that, especially when your favorite team does win, they get to keep the banner up until this tournament finishes. And so pretty much with all the proceedings from that banner will also go into the prize pool as well. So do support your favorite teams. They really do need some kind of a respect for all the teams that are out there in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you go click on that link there in the chat. Go and buy your banners if you want to support those. But other than that, I guess we can have a bit of a break, and we'll see you again in 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is Mifa and Potassium. We're signing off.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Mania 7Key World Cup 2024. Hopefully you guys had a lovely break between the last match and this one, because we have a lot more tournament action left to give you guys before the weekend is over. And what better way to continue an outstanding block of matches than bring you guys the next one. It's going to be Poland going up against Estonia. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Boma Gamer PH76. Emily, how are you doing?
Hello, Sparky! Thanks so much for the wonderful introduction. Indeed, it is going to be an exciting match, seeing Poland and Estonia together. I'm honestly happy to see Estonia in the scene. Like, I believe this is the first appearance in any Mania World Cup ever.
I believe so. I believe they are debuting, at least in the 7-key scene. I don't believe I've seen it in the 4-key scene either. I could be wrong there. It goes back quite a ways before my time. But as always, lovely to see new faces in and around the 7-key scene, keeping it around and healthy as we get on into this upcoming match. Poland, no strangers to the 7-key World Cup scene. New faces faces returning and new faces making their appearance here for them. They have been a mainstay of the 7-key scene. A lot of very well-known players have come and gone through their roster, and having them spearheaded with the Dark Dragon making their appearance once again should give them a bit of a leg up in terms of overall tournament experience against this Estonian two-man roster. And it looks like we are already into the roles, going to get into the protects, and it looks like LN2 is going to be the protect for Estonia. Not surprising, Chronoxia has been a pretty popular pick for the LN-oriented teams, and Poland going to opt to protect Rice 4. Unsurprising there in response.
Honestly, I have to say this. I'm happy to see the Dark Dragon playing again. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Dark Dragon wasn't playing 7K for a while, or at least wasn't in the good condition to play 7K because of an injury. I could be wrong. Please correct me, anyone in the chat if ever. But it's just nice to see an older name coming back. And as for Estonia, as I keep on saying, it's nice to see new names. That being said, LN and Rice bans for Poland and Estonia respectively. It makes a lot of sense, especially considering the structure of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be fair, when you have a team like Estonia where you maybe don't have that much information, you kind of just want to stick to your guns, stick to what you're comfortable with. And it looks like Estonia is going to stick to these LN picks. So Crush Alcohol actually going to be the opening pick in this match. Pretty spicy pick overall to kick off your tournament debut, if I were to say so myself.
Well, we're just waiting for the second player of Estonia. I mean, there's really only one, who is Isaela. There we go.
Yeah, Estonia, whom you see on screen is going to be the two you see on screen the entirety of this match. Arcaxio and Hisea are going to be the stalwarts for their country. The Dark Dragon and Bagietka are probably going to be playing a majority of the maps for Poland. They do have a third in reserve. Be interesting to see if they come in for any of these maps. But with that being said, ready it up pretty quickly. MP Star Command comes out. We're going to get into this first map of this best of 9. First team to 5 points will be seeing themselves through to that winner's round of 16. Loser not eliminated just yet. Just going to need to make that run in the lower bracket. Let's see how they do.
Alright. Let's see how they're going to do indeed. LN seem to be something that Estonia is under forte, but wait a second, Hisaela releasing too early it seems. Meanwhile, on the Polish side, we're seeing a balance of scores. I just have a feeling Hisaela maybe forgot to change scroll speed or had some configurations. Doesn't really matter because I know she can definitely increase her accuracy. But the Dark Dragon fighting a drop, that's definitely gonna help Estonia's chances. Not to mention, this is density, so like, it's not exactly the hardest to gain act either.
Yeah, not the hardest to gain act, not the hardest to get back up over that 400 combo cap, so gonna be able to mitigate some of the damage that could have potentially been done to Dark Dragon already getting back up over that 400 combo cap. Gonna be able to stem some of the bleeding here and regain control of that score lead. Did lower ever so slightly back up over a healthy 5-digit advantage as Arcaxio finds the miss in return in this bit of an interlude before things start to pick up once again into the back half of the map. Hisaela holding on to the Soul FC for Estonia, but doesn't have the accuracy at the moment to really mount much of a challenge to this lead that Poland has built up, starting to increase to about 27,000 points with the next drop coming through here.
Very unfortunate, really. But at the end of the day, Isaela and Bagietka are keeping that consistency together. Very impressive work. See, the thing about this map is it's just full on LN density. And the thing about LN density is fatigue is going to play a factor because of the amount of nodes that are there, and not exactly because of focus, which is something that LN1 had to offer. That being said though, Poland's accuracy is far ahead of what Estonia has right now, but I think it's safe to say that consistency is like roughly around the same level, especially with Hisaela and Arcaxio only dropping 1 miss in total, which is the same as Poland's. So yeah, it's really just the early releases of Hisaela that's giving Poland the lead right now, at least from what I've observed.
Yeah, and that's going to account for the bulk of this lead that Poland was able to build up. Once they got it, they never really let it go, and as the last couple of notes come down, it will be Poland picking up the first break point in this match to make it 1-0. A very good performance overall from everybody. Actually, Arcaxio MVPing the lobby with those 2 drops. The accuracy about 0.2% ahead of everybody else. Very good for them. Gotta watch out for that. If Hisaela can actually lend their support in these future picks, could potentially lead to a bit of a spicy match here. But with that being said, it is Poland up to pick next. Would not be surprised if they delve right back up into that top side of the map pool and went for one of these rice picks.
Gotta be really careful though, like, there's really only so much LN picks remaining. In fact, there's literally only 1 left.
Yeah.
That being said, I think Poland might want to go for Raindrop, cause like it seems like those brackety patterns seem to be benefiting them, even though it's an LN map. Yes, I can sort of observe a little bit of a pattern where Estonia seems to falter a little bit on patterns like that.
But with that being said, it looks like, hold on, the Dark Dragon saying Banka, but retracting it right as they say it, maybe second guessing what they want their first pick to be. It is, we mentioned it in the last match, it is a very risky pick to go into, and it looks like they think better of it. It is actually going to be Unknown Amnesia coming through for Poland.
Very interesting pick, but Rice seems to be the way to go really. For Poland, 2 minutes and 32 seconds, not the longest, but not the shortest either. Then again, OD8 really benefits Poland, because from what I've observed, Hisaela was releasing earlier a while ago. Then again, it is releasing and not necessarily hitting. So we really will be able to see a glimpse of what Hisaela's act is on the Rice picks. Meanwhile, Arcaxio, I think Arcaxio's act is around the same level as the Dark Dragons and Baguetkas, but consistency is going to be the bigger question here.
For sure. So an opportunity presenting itself very early on for Poland to double up on the score advantage. Can Estonia take that breakpoint back and restore parity? Will remain to be seen as we dive on in here. Some very early, dense patterning. Not gonna catch anybody off guard just yet, but we see once again Hisaela dropping quite a considerable amount of accuracy, just hitting early in these early goings. Gonna be able to build back up to that 98% range, but that full percent deficit that they have to the Dark Dragon and Baguetka is gonna account for basically the entirety of this Polish lead.
Then again, the Estonian side is holding really well. Poland is certainly keeping that consistency much needed right now. But the thing is, if Poland makes any mistake, unfortunately Estonia is the one that's will, with Hisaela dropping twice. Can't really blame anyone here for dropping though. Like, this pattern isn't as easy as it looks. Like, it's very technical and these chords are just not that easy, not that straightforward.
Yeah, for sure. They do a really good job of making it look very easy, but playing through with the pressure added, definitely a bit of a tall order as the Dark Dragon actually drops on that stream transition, gonna reset one of the combos for Poland. 1FC on both sides, but right now Baguetka is holding on to the higher accuracy compared to Arcaxio, and it puts but a minor dent in this Polish lead. Still around 30,000 points as we make our way into the last third here. Still plenty to play for, but it would take quite a bit of a collapse here from this Polish side to give Estonia a bit of a chance back into this map overall.
I just noticed this, but Estonia actually has 0 FCs. Arcaxio missed at the very early part of the map, and I only noticed that right now. So at least Bagietka with the very high combo advantage, and not to mention accuracy as well. Impressive performance from everyone, keeping that consistency in check at the very end. But like at this point, everyone's fatigue is starting to kick off, but the parts of the map are gonna be easier a little bit, at least from what I've observed right now. So yeah, this is gonna be safely secured on Poland's side, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Not enough map left to go. These delay streams not giving anybody too many of an issue, and Estonia really needed Poland to have a bit of a rough go during that section to give them a bit of a chance, but it looks like, despite a couple of blemishes here and there to their performance overall, Poland is going to be able to successfully capitalize on that breakpoint to make it 2-0 now.
Quite the interesting start, 2-0, but there were certainly some opportunities for Poland, so for Estonia to take points rather. So, like yeah, as much as I'd like to say these are very good wins for Poland, Estonia has certainly been fighting and trying to keep up with the consistency of Poland right now. Accuracy has just really been a big strength for Poland, and like they've been known for that for a very long time already.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see Arcaxio going toe-to-toe with the Dark Dragon on these performances, and it's really just the partner difference at the moment accounting for the bulk of these leads. And I mean, to be fair, it's hard finding two players that can perform at a consistent enough level with each other sometimes, especially with these newer countries. But that's why it's great that we see them here being allowed to develop into these more well-rounded players, these players that can perform at these highest levels, as it looks like Estonia's going to flip the script a little bit here, going to shy away from the LNs, go for something a little bit more straightforward. It's going to be Rice 2 Chord Stream, it's going to be Raindrop, and just like that, we are in it in a flash.
In the flash, indeed, though. 2 minutes. What I like about these picks is like, there's opportunity for players to make a mistake and still get a shot, but it's also not that long where if you make a mistake, it's really gonna make an obvious mark or a dent, really. Isaela's accuracy has been the highest we've seen so far, and she really has to keep that up. Arcaxio doing everything they can, the highest stack in the lobby, higher than Bagietka. It's really the balance of the Poland team that's giving them a chance. But man, Estonia has a shot right now, and I know they're gonna do everything they can to make sure they can get this.
Yeah, this is the lowest the deficit has been through the early goings. Already making our way into the second quarter of the chart. Only 3,000 points. Not a secure lead for the Polish side, but a lead nonetheless. Can swing in an instant if one of these two players were to find a drop. And like you were mentioning, this is the highest accuracy that Isaela has found in the early goings of any of these charts, in the 99% range, able to maintain pace with the likes of the Dark Dragon and Bagietka at the moment, with Arcaxio holding on, doing their best. Did find a bit of a slip up here, about a 0.1% loss, gonna help increase this lead for Poland, but as we work our way into the back half, these massive chord impacts coming through, not catching anybody out just yet. This is one of the trickiest sections of this chart, and it is going to claim Isaela right at the end of the section going into the break. Not the section you wanted to miss, but it was pretty clean overall, still above that 99% range, but it will help Poland extend this advantage going into the last quarter here.
This looks really close. This is much closer than the previous picks, and man, Chord Stream has been a strength for Poland right now. They're showing their prowess in this skill set. Never mind as the Dark Dragon finds a drop, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much as the accuracy difference is just way too big for Poland, and not to mention there's only a little bit of the map remaining.
Yeah, for sure. You signed, sealed, and delivered that one to the Dark Dragon, to their mailbox specifically. I'm sure they appreciate you for that. As we make our way into this outro, it was very close for a very long stretch of time. Estonia, their most competitive pick so far, leading up towards that ending, not going to be enough. A very consistent performance, despite Arcaxio actually picking up the MVP. It will be a second breakpoint going the way of Poland to make it 3-0.
Hmm. It's very scary. I mean, oh, they're going for Banka, which, come to think of it, that I think is a good pick. Like, you're trying to go for the accuracy wise, and Estonia's accuracy has been lower, at least overall, in comparison to the Poland's right now.
Yeah, it might be one of those where it's like they sense, okay, we might just have a raw advantage in terms of being able to play some of these more technical charts. We have it on the comfort picks. Let's go for something a little bit that could potentially take you out of your comfort zone a little bit and make this a match point situation, if at all possible, right out of the gate here.
So yeah, Banka is known to not have a high combo and also 2 minutes again. Like, man, these there's just going to be like if one player misses here, there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for the team to capitalize on. Though, gotta be really careful here.
Yeah, any slip up will be punished heavily. I always like to say 200 is not allowed. Misses in this one could potentially be fatal to your country's run. Gotta keep it pristine as you make your way through this particular chart. And right now, everybody doing good. Arcoxio finding the first break in the intro. Still plenty of time, but it will give a bit of free time for Poland to hover above that 400 combo cap when they get there to really stretch this advantage. It's already 14,000 points just based off that one miss and based off the accuracy discrepancies between the four players in this lobby already.
Yeah, the accuracy lead is greatly on Poland's favor. Not like 299.7s almost, and Isaela finding that drop. That's gonna split it a lead, but wait a second. Dragon finding a drop, so it's not really gonna make the lead as much smaller, but it's definitely going to keep this lead at least as much of a difference. So there's gonna be a chance for Estonia if Poland finds more drops, but it's highly unlikely given the nature of this map and how Baguetka really plays. Like Baguetka, I think is very good at physical stuff, so this should be something that they are very proficient in. Artaxio and Hisaela trying their best. Even though the Dark Dragon finds a mistake, it's not really gonna matter too much as this map is not really gonna have too many graces in there, so the combo is still gonna be intact, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, for sure. We're already in this outro by Getka, keeping it clean so far. Some of the densest chords coming through here, handled expertly by them. Everybody making it through unscathed. As I say that, last couple of notes rain down. It will be the FC for Bagetka. It will be a 4th point for Poland right out of the gate here, despite Estonia's best efforts. Now, with your back to the wall, what do you go for here to try and potentially wrestle a point away from this Polish roster?
Hmm. I'm not sure actually. Estonia tried LN, it didn't work. Tried Rice, maybe go for a hybrid then.
Potentially, they do still have all three of the hybrids left on the table. It's just a matter of which one they would want to go for. That, or do you go for the Protect? I think they decided to keep LN2 around. So, remains to be seen.
That
They could
is
also go for
true.
Luminaria, but maybe not advised in this instance.
Yeah, maybe Cornoxia works because that was their protect, and there we go.
Yeah, maybe just a comfort pick for both of their players. Did see some release issues with Hysaela on LN3. But this one a little bit more coordination based could potentially let them get into a bit of a groove and keep their UR bar more centered this time around. Remains to be seen, and it will be these four players going at it 5 for 5 now on these maps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just really hope that this this Ellen map really offers something that Estonia could probably use to their advantage. But like they're still trying to find an answer to what needs to be done. But so far Poland has been able to exploit everything that Estonia tries to throw in the table. But then again, this Ellen map just throws you a lot of stuff. So I think something can happen. Like you see a lot of those roly LNs that's very technical and all that. And oh, as I say that, the Dark Dragon does indeed find the drop, which is gonna be huge for Estonia.
Yeah, it gives him a window opportunity, but Arcoxio trades it back. Dark Dragon finds a second miss, and the lead stays relatively intact for Poland, about 7,000 points. Still catchable for Estonia through this early going. It's going to come down to Hisaela being able to bring up their accuracy and maintain this FC if they can keep this run clean throughout, and they are unable to capitalize on a golden opportunity as Poland starts to run away with his lead. 25,000 points in an instant. All it took was that singular drop to really blow this lead out of proportion, with Bagietka still holding on to the sole FC in this lobby going into the back half now.
Super unfortunate. Like she really had that. I'm referring to Hisaela at the very start, but wow, everyone else except for Bagietka finding a drop. Hisaela finding another one. Super unfortunate. Like yeah, these dense LNs with the technicality in it is really not benefiting Estonia right now, but man, has it helped Poland. Bagietka, these patterns are otherworldly difficult. And man, I think they're just gonna get 990k on this. Oh, what happened?
The Dark Dragon
Oh,
might have left
what
the lobby a little bit early. Bit of a desync there. But it looks like, even with that, I think Poland has done enough to secure the victory. A bit of an anticlimactic ending there at the end. But, I mean, they had quite a significant lead there at the end. And sure enough, our referee confirms it in the lobby chat. 5-0, Poland wins the match, knocking Estonia down into that lower bracket by a score of 5-0.
Yeah, what a match. Good game to both teams. I hope everyone enjoyed seeing this match. Nice to see Estonia's debut. They definitely had their consistent moments. Everyone showed up today, and I really hope to see more of these performances onto the future matches. I believe there is at least one more match that's after this. It's like an hour from now.
At the top of the hour, we have the final match of the round of 24 weekend. It is going to be the United States taking on Spain at 18 UTC. Once again, congratulations to Poland for winning the previous match. But until then, we have a quite significant break between then and the final match of the weekend. Emily, did you know that there is a way that you can show even more support for any of these countries, even the debutantes that we've seen so far this weekend?
Really? How can you show your support?
You can show your support by going over to the O store during the break, even now that you have about half an hour before the next match, and picking up a banner from the O store to show your support for any of the 24 countries that have made it to the bracket stage of the Mania 7-Key World Cup 2024.
Wow!
Even if later on during the tournament they are eliminated, you can still purchase a banner for them. Show your support to some of your friends. Show your support to some of the players whom you thought had standout performances. All of the contributions go towards the prize pool and making the overall tournament experience better for everybody involved. So why not show your support?
Nice.
It's only there for a limited time, all the way up until the grand finals. And if you choose, go ahead.
Before you continue, I just want to say, do you think I can afford a banner?
Oh, absolutely. It's there for the low cost of $2.50 USD.
Wow, $2.50. That's so tempting.
Absolutely. And if you choose the winner of this tournament, your banner will stick around for a much longer duration than any of the other countries that would have been chosen. So why not try and choose the winner of this tournament, have that lovely banner decoration on your profile for just that ever so slightly longer before the next World Cup rolls around. And like I said, all the contributions go towards making the tournament as a whole a much better experience for everybody involved. But with that being said, we do have one final match before we close things out and bring you guys the round of 16 showcase. And until then, go ahead and take a break. Maybe play some O's in the meantime. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. Take care, y'all.
Alright, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2024 round of 24. We're here to bring you this match between the Russian Federation and Denmark. I'm Surf285, and alongside with me in the commentary booth, I've been looking forward to commentating with you, Ray Vile. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm back finally for another Mania World Cup for the 7K one. This is my first one for this edition and hopefully not my last. Good to finally commentate with you after a while as well, Surf2. This is going to be interesting. Russian Federation against Denmark, like you mentioned. These two teams, very interesting qualifier scores. Russia Federation, especially with a very good mixed rice, getting 7th place on that. But for Denmark, they can definitely try to look into the LM. They aren't too far behind on those. Maybe you'll be seeing some LM picks from them.
Indeed. Something to take note of with both of these teams. Like, Russia is carrying like some of the higher, like, let's say higher 3-digit rank players, like among the teams that are in here. I mean, they also have a two-digit player in Meiju, who is their team captain. Denmark, on the other hand, is coming in with pretty experienced players in the 7K scene. Like, you have Fritte and Joel. Like, Joel, those who are more familiar with the 4K scene might be familiar with that name. And also, Melon and Stoom are very, very decent players as well. As you mentioned, LNs are going to be pretty close, I'd say. I do agree with that. Though, I kind of find it funny now that Russia is deciding to ban Rice Chart.
Yeah, and likewise with Denmark also banning an LN shot. But it is Is LN one the coordination? I don't. It is. Is it?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is Avril MWC 7K 2024 edit. Well, I guess what? Luminaria is a bit I guess it's like the most abrasive of all the Rice charts. That is not the tech one. Well, which is not the Rice 4 one. And Team 37, I think, as far as I know, we've only seen it once throughout the entire weekend, as it's like with all of the 4 matches that have already happened. I think it has only been picked once, and that was a fun one to watch.
We'll also quickly go through the protects as well. Russian Federation protecting Vice 5, Denmark protecting Vice 2. So 2 Vice maps being protected. And we're already going to see, I believe one of them already out, which is Unknown Amnesia. This is Russia's protect, so just immediately going for it to start.
Russia is going for that well-known, like that tried and tested strategy of just start with the thing that you're most confident with. Usually we'll see like the more out there strategies, like keeping the protects like until way later in the matches, like, once we see the pools starting to get harder. But again, it's early game. Like this is where you kind of just want to test the waters, try to get the nerves out of the way, and not to mention like even the seedings. Kind of, let's say like there's a fair difference between these two teams in terms of seeding. So it's most likely Russia is banking on that advantage early on, try to get the free point and see what happens from there.
Yeah, it's time to get those fingers warmed up. For this map, it's going to be more of a stamina type of chart, is it?
It is once we get to like the later part of the chart. The beginning is a bit more, I'd say, technical. Like you have some speed sections right there, and then at the second half, the patterns do start to lighten up a bit. Like it turns into a more straightforward chord stream. But by that point, like if you're not prepared for that section, the first part would have already drained you. Because like the first half isn't exactly the easiest to act.
If that's the case, Denmark might actually struggle on this quite a bit, because Russia do have some very good accuracy scores from the qualifiers, and Denmark were around the bottom half. But this is a brand new map pool, so we'll have to see what these players can show.
Malone unfortunately finding 2 consecutive misses to open up this match, which is not a good sign for them to start. Both Russian players are carrying no fail. They are allowed to do that because on score V2 there is no score reduction like on V1 if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, basically everyone except for Melon still making their full combos as we enter these more wub-ish sections. Melon is starting to recover just a bit. Meiju finding the first drop on the Russian side.
Yeah, it's not going to be too impactful because it is still a very good accuracy score for Meiju, 99.4 and climbing still, matching the best accuracy of Denmark as well. And K-Race is just reeling with it right now.
Now we're getting into more of a mix, like the full mix of this chart as we transition to the break section, where you would hope that you don't drop any notes here because that would be very unfortunate. This section here is very, very hard to act. If you're not careful, it's super easy to rush these sweeps, and we're starting to see some of those alternating ladders as well. Everyone getting passed through that unscathed. Yeah, and now
Denmark
we're into this
is doing really well.
section. And this coursing section is kind of expected that all of these players should be able to get past this just fine. So if you're Denmark, you kind of have to hope for a meltdown somewhere from the Russian team.
I mean, Denmark are doing really well to hold their own, but yeah, the Russian Federation, apart from like one major slip up from Meiju, just running away with it.
And Race with that very, very good act. Now we're back into these more sweeping stair sections. Everyone getting through it just fine. And just maybe, we might see something happen. But given the form all of these players have shown throughout the past few moments, I don't think anything will.
Yeah, just one final miss for Melon. And the Russian Federation will get the first point on the board. Very solid accuracy on Karace. 988k. And Frit also doing really well for an FC. Meiju not too far behind, just that one miss setting the difference between them and Frit. But it is a good start for the Russian Federation. Yeah.
Only 7,200 from Karace here. Very, very impressive. Now it's time for Denmark to get their first pick in. Well, if they're going for the direction of the long notes, LN1 is really the out there kind of LN chart in the LN pool we see right now. Pronoxia plays a bit more like a Rice chart. Well, it's a lens obviously, but LN density in the early game is basically a chord stream chart if you try hard enough. Crush alcohol as well. Well, there's some level of LN control needed in Crush alcohol, especially the latter half or the latter third of the chart where you need the coordination skill to be able to keep up with the density. And obviously there's also the hybrids which have a fair share of long notes, though I guess if they kind of want to avoid having to having an accuracy battle, they might want to avoid the hybrid 2 as well. The rest of the rice pool on the other... Ooh. Wait,
You're saying
what?
they want to avoid, but they are going for it to start. Pure silver from Denmark.
Ooh, that's interesting. Well, I could think of a theory why they want pure silver. Are they might be banking on maybe some early misses from Russia as well? I mean, if this isn't exactly the most straightforward chart, you have a lot of flams, like a lot of emphasis on grace notes as well, some staccato LN usage.
Yeah, so maybe Denmark is trying to trip the Russian players. But they also have to be careful. Let's see if there'll be any players stopped. It doesn't look like there will be any. I think right now Denmark just really has to go for maps which will cause Russia to mess up more than pick a map that they feel more comfortable in. Because if we just compare to like qualifier scores, Russia just beats Denmark in everything, so they really have to try and go for the throat here.
We're seeing X Devil making their MWC 7K 2024 debut in this pick. As it appears, no substitutions from the Danish side.
Ooh.
And here we go with the second chart of this match. Again, this chart is very notorious with its grace notes and flam usage. Very, very hard to maintain your accuracy on despite the light patterning overall.
Let's see if any of these first grace note patterns trip up anybody. I do see a 200 from X-Devil and a miss from Meiju.
Meiju,
who was
there you
holding
go.
like a 99.9 at the start, so that's gonna give Denmark the advantage first, but as we can already see, accuracy is dropping like flies. Melon just teetering above the 99. And this lead is not a lot. Denmark really have to be very careful. Russian Federation are already hot on the heels. Meiju already recovering back up to 99.5 and the lead shrinking as it's already in Russian Federation's favor because of Melon's accuracy.
Melon's accuracy dropping to 98.8. Meiju's recovery to 99.6 is actually very impressive with that, even with the very early miss. I mean, especially with how Mania scoring works, early misses usually are fine. Like let's say first 2-3 seconds of the chart, like you could still afford to miss there and full combo the rest. As long as you're able to keep up that accuracy, you are most likely fine. That's why we're seeing Russia with the advantage going into the second half of this chart, while both Danish players are maintaining their full combos. Melon's accuracy is kind. Ooh, that's interesting. X-Double finding a drop, giving the advantage to the Danish side. With the full combos.
So no FCs to 2. Denmark have a very good lead now compared to previously. But we still got quite a while to go.
There is a lot of chart remaining, but as far as I've seen, this is actually the biggest advantage we've seen throughout this entire chart. But it's extremely close. Russia is well within striking distance. If any of these two Danish players find any inconsistency, any act drops are going to be absolutely fatal. But Denmark is trying to maintain that lead.
Yeah, Denmark have to hold here. a lot of these chord patterns and these grace notes, if you trip up on them just once, I think that's gonna sling the lead back to the Russian Federation. Is it going to sling even without any misses though? Because accuracies are dropping on Denmark and accuracies on the Russian Federation are climbing. Will
It's
it
going
be
to
a
be
last
extremely
second
close.
swap?
Russia.
No, it won't. Denmark will hold on barely. And it's 1-1. Wow, that accuracy from
Wow.
Meiju, 4-200.
Denmark. Meiju only finding an Ellen break at the beginning of the chart. That wasn't a miss. That would have been a very impressive score. X Devil also with 2 Ellen breaks. I would also with the 2 Ellen breaks. Denmark doing just enough with their accuracies to get that very, very slim margin to grab their first point on the board.
Yeah, just barely despite the accuracy deficit. And that also means no sweep from the Russian Federation if they are going for it. But the pick will go back to them. And surely it should be another rice.
If for accuracy wise, they could be looking at raindrop or flash dance. Usually, you'd be fine with getting the chord stream or the chord jack pick out of the way, especially if you're sharpshooting for accuracies. I'd say maybe the pool is slightly a bit more open for Denmark at the moment, but really depends on how Russia will be responding.
It did feel like Denmark were doing as I said. Like they're just trying to pick the map that would trip up Russian Federation and just hope that they can do well on it. And like you also said, Rice 3, a possibility now come true for them for the Russian Federation.
Now, the only thing both Russian Federation has to be super careful is that this chord jack chart is not that reliant on anchor usage. The jacks here are pretty spread out. Like, there are some finger shifting that's happening, and those are pretty tricky to maintain combo on if you do not know what you're doing, like me. Anyways,
And we are going to see a swap.
Timabuka going in for Meiju here, and if I remember correctly, Timabuka actually has very impressive chord jack accuracy as what we've seen from their performance during the 2023 World Cup. So I think this is actually a good decision to carry both of these two players into this chart. And we are going to be seeing Stoom come in for Denmark as well, making their World Cup debut for this edition at least.
Now let's see if this pick will pay off.
But again, like there is some sort of a risk with accuracy heavy charts, especially in 7K where misses can easily happen somewhere.
I mean, the good thing I feel is that we've already seen Denmark, at least compared to the Russian Federation, are struggling on accuracy. So if we're just gonna base it off that on paper, it does seem like Russian Federation do have that slight advantage, but anything can really happen when we're in a map.
We're actually finding a slightly rough start into this start and actually getting a miss on that chord drill. That is not good.
It is the start, so it's not gonna be too punishing, but that is
This is
not
a 2-minute
promising.
start though. This is a 2-minute
Yes.
start. Very short recovery time. Melon fine trading one of those misses, but this is still. I mean, no, the lead is decreasing. Like if X double at least maintains that accuracy or increases that, Timabuka also starting to recover very well, and we're seeing the lead go to the Russian side. Stoom on the other hand, keeping up with X double accuracy wise.
Yeah, they're basically cancelling out each other. Oh, but X double misses! And Team Ibuka as well! What just happened there?
Russia finding a breakdown in that break section as well. Not exactly the place you'd want to miss. Buka finding yet another drop in the quarterfinal section, and Denmark well on their way to getting their second point in this match and the first break point as well.
This is out
They
of
just
left
need to carry
field.
on.
23,000 and climbing to the lowest
This is-
seeded team.
This is a very, very prime position here for Denmark to take advantage now. Stoom with that accuracy, 99.8. Melon keeping up as well.
Yeah, Stoom is absolutely ripping this map apart. And all expectations thrown out of the window. This map has not paid off for Russian Federation. We do get our first breakpoint. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say about these accuracies.
Stoom only won 100. Almost a V1 double S. Melon with a very impressive ratio as well. X Devil having pretty similar accuracy to Stoom as well. Well, folks, I think we have a match here. And honestly, I
definitely
don't
do.
know. I don't know how both of these teams will be positioning themselves in the range charts in this pool. I guess Raindrop might be like the last super straightforward thing they could pick. LNs are a bit too risky, especially with what happened in Pure Silver, but I guess if they go without round, Chronoxia is the best bet.
Which one of the remaining maps are like the most choke heavy? Because I think that is what Denmark wants to go for.
Okay, I'd say, of course, Rice 4, Banka or the font is kind of failing me. Rice 4, the tech pick, I don't easy to choke, as with almost any technical pick you throw in. Crush Alcohol, the latter, like the final third of the chart is it's a significant difficulty increase from the earlier part of the chart, so that's kind of risky. And I'd say Freshness Vacation as well. It's that one chart where you think it's super easy, but then you're thrown patterns that are, let's just say, like reverting stairs, like snakes and all that stuff. Your reading is going to be tested in that chart. I don't
They
think
are
there's
waiting.
an easy way out for both of these two.
Yeah. Denmark are taking their time. But yeah, they're already getting the rush on to pick. And fast.
We're just waiting for the pick now. But like, I don't think this is the time for the teams to gamble on the riskier picks. Like, also Cosmo Escape is actually pretty straightforward. Might be an option as well if they're staying with the hybrid.
Okay, they are
There
going
you
for
go,
connects here. Alright.
Wait, is it O or is it E?
I always thought it was an O.
Yeah,
At least I
thought
always
was an
thought
O.
it was an O.
Yeah.
Noxia.
Anyways, we'll just call it LN2 to avoid any confusion.
Yeah.
Confusion. LN density pick. Early game LN densities usually play like a chord stream chart if you try hard enough. Shoutouts to Liju as well for making this
Oh yeah.
chart. Anyways,
I
here we
mean-
go.
Yeah. I did say at the start of the match that Denmark would like to experiment or at least pick some of the LN maps. So this will be the first time that they will do so, and let's see if it will pay off for them.
There are some parts in this chart that definitely do get quite dense. I mean, it's kind of, which is what you'd expect, really. But what I mean is the abrasiveness of the patterns might be something that both of these teams have to be super careful. X Devil's accuracy actually pretty shaky.
Yeah, it is a good start for Denmark. Accuracy-wise, X-Devil is the one lagging behind. But it is a good start. Meiju though.
But as it sounds like Meiju is averaging things out, so it makes both of these teams actually pretty even. Melon with that 99.1, Fritte with the 99.3. Like, everything is just even out. Like, this is extremely close between these two teams. Denmark just barely having some advantage. Russia actually managing to pull it ahead to their side because of Melons finding a break somewhere.
Yeah. It does seem like Denmark are struggling for accuracy, even though X-Devil is below 99. Meiju just being the hard carry for Russian Federation at the moment.
Something about charts like this. Ooh, X-Level. No,
on the rest portion.
Very bad. That's a bad place to break combo. Melon.
Melon trades it back.
Trading that. A trade on the Ellen Cordrell, so we're back to square one here. Russia Federation is starting to pull ahead. Like the thing is about charts like these, like especially in a match where there is some advantage disadvantage position. Like if you're in the advantage, you might be able to afford comboing instead of acting. As we find yet another drop here from Melon, Fritte just staying above 99% act in the end. As Russian Federation finding the second consecutive breakpoint in this match. Ooh, Meiju, what is that score? That's really good.
I think when Meiju plays, Russian Federation, they do have a very reliable play on their hands. And once again, another map that doesn't go in the favor of the picker. This time Denmark, and we're back 2-2, and also back to Russian Federation's pick. Now this time, they probably want to think this one through.
The last raindrop might be the only thing I could think about right now. Like if they want to stay in the straightforward route. But we're kind of getting into that part of the match where there is no safe pick anymore.
I mean, for the Russian Federation, you would say that there are more safe picks for them than Denmark?
Yeah, but the previous two charts kind of show that, I can keep up with you.
Yeah. Nothing certain.
If any of these two teams blink, like that advantage should be thrown out of the window. And they're going for Crush Alcohol. Russian Federation. Actually, this is a good pick. This is a good pick now that I think about it.
It is understandable, yeah. You win by 20,000 points on an LN map. You go for another LN map. Why not? Give it a shot.
Why not? Yeah.
Get it? Give it a shot because alcohol.
I was thinking...
I'm so funny. I'm sorry. And... you're saying please ignore me.
I was gonna say something about of course the Russian Federation picks Crush Alcohol. I was about to say that, but anyways, I was about to say that RC2 might be a good option if they're going for the Chord Stream route, and then I forgot that LN3 was still open. But they picked it. Yeah, that's a really good pick actually. Well, anyways, here we go. The first half of this chart is fairly easy. There is just one certain pattern, running man LN, an anchor trail of some sorts. That both of these teams have to be super careful, and obviously the second half of the chart as well is fairly difficult. Both of these teams actually pretty even at the start. Meiju, the accuracy bastion here for the Russian Federation, making the difference.
Yeah, but here comes the control aspect of the map in X-Devil. First one to drop combo. Gives the lead to Denmark.
Here we go with the more technical LN patterning here. Here's the running man LNs in both teams getting through that unscathed. Now here in the break section where I don't think that you want to take a break as well with on just to relax because these patterns are extremely hard to act.
Maju's doing really well to at least try and bridge the gap back. X-Devil has to try and build up some accuracy back up. But as I say that they do drop some accuracy. Denmark are still hovering around that 99.3 range, but they are dropping a little bit. Russian Federation might steal this lead back.
Well, we'll see what happens now as we enter the final third of this chart where I have been saying the patterning starts to become a bit more technical, a bit more difficult. And this is extremely close as any of these teams
This is
play.
really close.
They're going,
It does seem
they're going
like-
to have the same chance of winning this point. Yep.
It does seem like Denmark's overall accuracy are just steadily dropping. And that's the miss
Oh,
from Melon.
Melon!
That could be it.
That's
that could
very
be the nail.
unfortunate.
It really depends on. Oh my
Unless
gosh,
you-
Meiju!
Yo, Meiju! Ooh, is
Is that gonna be enough?
though?
It was a very clean miss
Denmark,
because Meiju's accuracy is
Denmark
still
is pulling
99.5.
it. Denmark is slowly pulling it.
They are slowly pulling it, but is there enough time? Especially if the accuracies from Denmark still drop. Meiju is still holding on to 99.5. The savior of the Russian Federation team at the moment. Keeping them together.
Russia is slowly pulling ahead, but any one more drop and that's going to be over.
That's
That's
it.
the last LN. That's it.
What a
Russia
roller
Federation
coaster of
picked
a
the
match.
third point.
Wow. I mean, we've already said a lot of things about Meiju, but once again, that accuracy is just unmatchable in this lobby.
A theory I think is that as long as someone is, I say like as long as if Meiju is in, like don't think about it, like just be able to get a higher accuracy overall to their second player, and most likely they might be able to keep up. And now here we go with Raindrop as we see Joel coming in for the Danish. And honestly, I
Yeah.
think this is a good decision to bring in Joel in. Like that, they are very, very good in Rice in general, like chords teams.
Yeah.
Like charts like these are their forte as far as I heard from other players. Imabuka as well going in for Russia, and I think the chord jack pick was a bit of a stumble here for Buka, but on a more straightforward chart like this chord team, they should be able to keep up.
Also, with Joel's appearance, that means all 8 players on both teams have made an appearance in this match. Which is actually a lot
that's
more
actually
rare than you think.
That's neat. Especially in 7K where usually teams are set up to have like 2 main players and have the other 2 just sub in for more specialized picks. So a very, very good dynamic we're seeing here from both of these teams, showing enough depth to see all of them play. As we see Denmark barely in the advantage position here. Like we probably won't be seeing more swings until we see the density of this chart pick up. It's about to happen in a few.
Yeah, Joe definitely keeping Denmark alive in this map so far. Frit is matching X-Devil, and teammate Buka definitely has some ground to cover.
Joel, as I
Frit!
to find. Oh,
It was slightly
That-
clean, there was an accuracy drop
that's
after
not
the
good.
miss. It is not good, yeah, because the
But
Russian Federation have the lead because
it's
of
not.
it.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. But it's not too much of a drop. Like it's still recoverable, especially that there's still enough chart remaining. But you kind of have to start hoping for Russia to maybe find a meltdown somewhere. Joel, on the other hand, doing their job.
Yeah. Joe just has to keep doing what they're doing, and then just really hope for something to happen from the Russian Federation. But they also have to make sure that Frit is also still able to keep up. The ending can be pretty brutal, from what I've heard. Team Ibuka with the miss.
Ibuka, there you
Is
go.
that what Denmark needs? Is
Set.
that what Denmark needs?
It might be.
X-Devil drops.
X-Devil as well, finding a drop, and I think... And
Frit needs to
Denmark
hold.
will be able to defend this pick, I think.
Frit needs to hold.
Like the
Joel is dropping
final
accuracy.
few seconds of the start. The final few seconds of
Are
the
we
start
going to
isn't
see-
exactly the easiest to act, but they should be able...
I think that should be it, even if Team Ibuka finishes.
that should be it.
I believe even if Team Ibuka finishes, that should still be a Denmark victory because that Joel score, oh my gosh. 992k. And we are all
992,
square once
992.
again.
That is, again, I said, Joel is very, very good at chord streams. Oh man, that is beautiful. And Fritta as well, only one miss. Same 200 count.
Yeah. For the seed difference, which is 11th to 22nd, not 21st on the stream, it's 22nd. Like that's an 11 seed gap. And we are 3 to 3. That is quite ridiculous.
And now we're in the we're in that part of the match where there are no more safe picks. Maybe Russia still has Hybrid 1 or Hybrid 3 open for them?
Yeah, 2 hybrids left, 1 Rice.
Yeah.
At least from the qualifiers, hybrids, Russian Federation are pretty good at it. 11th on it, as
Yeah.
compared to 23rd from Denmark. Well, I guess they're going for it. Russian Federation going for Hybrid 1.
Russian Federation bidding for match point with Cosmoscape.
So this is apparently more reliant on Rice accuracy, according to your notes.
Yep, but it plays pretty much like LN2, LN3. Like there's only some very specific Rice sections here where you kind of have to actually play it like Rice. If you want to extract all of the accuracy as you can off this chart.
We will see 2
Like,
changes. Meiju and Melon come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that these two duos are practically the main players for this match, I think, for both of these teams. I am actually very nervous about this chart for both of these teams. Because
I think
This
probably
can
more nervous
go
for Russian Federation.
either way.
Yeah. This is their last pick.
this, yeah. And this can go either way.
Well, so far so good for Denmark actually, accuracy wise. Meiju actually having the lowest accuracy of the lobby at the moment.
That's actually very surprising there from Meiju. But I think, at least from what we saw with Raindrop, like, this is kind of expected in a way. Like the Rice heavy section is going to favor Denmark a bit more, but once these LNs start to come in, we can start to see Russia slowly claw back themselves back into this chart. But as it stands, Denmark is actually slowing. Whoa, there we go.
Oh,
Russia is slowing it back.
Melon got a pretty bad accuracy drop on some of those LN releases, but they're actually getting back because Meiju is dropping as well. As is X-Devil. Frit is the highest accuracy in the lobby by some margin. And we're already halfway
Now
through,
this
no
break
breaks yet.
section. This break section is not a break section. This is actually a polyrhythm section. You kind of have to be careful here.
Yeah, I saw Frit dropping some accuracy as well as Melon. Denmark actually losing some points there. So we're back to Rice here. And then back to the LNs.
Here we go now. This is a pretty heavy LN section here, and we're seeing Russia slowly pull that advantage to their side. But if there are any aircrafts as we're seeing right now, then
there was one
from
Fit.
To keep this.
There's a miss from Melon.
Melon finally missed.
Could that be it for
And
Russian
Russia
Federation? They
needs
just need
that.
to hold.
Russia
And
really
they get
needed
it.
that miss.
Right at a death. Oh my gosh. And despite Fritz's efforts, it's match point Russian Federation.
Major with X double actually only finding Ellen drops. Oh my. Denmark has to pick the tech pick now, right? They have to pick Rice 4 now in this position, I would think.
I don't think they have a choice.
Yeah,
and
because Hybrid
sucks.
3... Yeah. Hybrid 3 is straightforward in a way, the other way it's not. And I'd rather not take a risk on the LNs on Freshness Vacation as well, because they're staccato LNs. They're not easy to hack.
Mm-hmm.
And Russia and Russian Federation has shown LN hack in some form. But then the tech pick is so easy to choke on.
Yeah, Rice 4.
But it's their best pick. And they
really got backed into a corner because of that. And I wouldn't blame them. I mean, the Russian Federation really just went for the map that just benefited them the most. And if the Russian Federation won that, there was nothing else Denmark could really do besides pick Rice 4.
Like, the only silver lining really is that for the past few charts, like, Denmark is so close to stealing a point off Russia. And maybe they could be able to get that lead to their side and finish this bid for a tiebreaker. Would be fun to see 2 tiebreakers in a row on stream.
I mean, it is still possible. We've said so many things and we've been wrong in this match already. So who knows? What will Denmark do here?
And here we go. Just as a reminder, the winner of this match, if my notes are correct, will be facing Thailand in the round of 16. If Russia wins this chart, they will be getting that slot. If Denmark wins this chart, we'll be seeing the tiebreaker yet again for the second time in a row tonight.
We will see if this is the map that will punch Russian Federation through, or will we see a back-to-back tiebreaker?
Race actually have a pretty rough start accuracy-wise, but that is like super early into the chart. There's still a minute and 30 seconds remaining, less than that. And basically the latter half is when the actual chart begins. Like, we have to pay attention once everything happens there. Meiju finding an early drop.
That is what Denmark really needs. Halfway through the map. I mean, so far so good. 2 FCs, Frit with the highest accuracy in the lobby again, 10,000 points of a lead. Nothing's over till it's over though.
Correa is actually recovering accuracy and has been gaining over the past few moments. Meiju should be able to recover, so Denmark cannot relax. They need to maintain these combos along with their accuracies. Like, this is the most tense final 20 seconds of chart that they're
Oh
going to
my
have this entire
gosh.
match, I think.
The lead shrinking actually.
But Denmark is doing enough.
Okay, wait, no, the accuracy is actually going back to Denmark.
And
It
I
should
think
be
Denmark
Denmark's
has
now.
done just enough.
I think so too.
They have done enough. They
We
have
are
done
going
enough to force a tiebreaker.
a back-to-back on stream.
Oh wow, these are good accuracies across the board. Unfortunate to see a miss on Meiju's side.
Would that have been enough?
What?
Ooh, I don't think wait, actually it might have been enough.
It might have been enough. Might have been enough even if Meiju FC'd. Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, we could say the ifs and the mights and the buts, but we do have one more map left to play regardless.
Majestic 12. 6 excruciating minutes. And honestly, I don't know who has the advantage here because this chart has everything. Like, patterns that favor both Russian players, patterns that favor the Danish players, and a lot of room for jokes to happen. Like, seeding wise, we would think Russia should have the advantage here, but as we've seen throughout this entire thing,
I mean, on
like,
paper,
our notes have been yeah. Our notes have been pretty much useless this match. Like, the only useful parts are like the player list and whoever
And the
they're
maps.
facing next weekend. Yeah. Like, the rest of the data, the qualifiers, they don't matter here anymore. And honestly, I like that. I like being wrong, especially in matches like this.
yeah, when you see like the underdog story of Denmark being 11 seats lower, possibly pulling off an upset on the very first match of the 7-key World Cup. We'll have to see if that will come true here. We technically already saw a seed upset previously, with Team Taiwan taking it over Team Netherlands, but this one's of a much higher degree.
And that was number 16 against number 17. Like, the match where, on paper, you would really expect it to go down the wire. Not something like this, though. And look at that lead. That is barely a lead.
Yeah, Karace and Melon cancelling out each other, and Meiju having the accuracy advantage over Frit. That is the difference that we see on our screen. And Meiju's dropping accuracy. But
Meiju
Karace is
actually-
building accuracy.
Major actually dropping to Fritz accuracy level with that staggered double stare.
Oh my gosh, this lead.
Everyone's evening out.
Oh, Frit!
Ooh,
The
Frit!
highest accuracy of the lobby drops.
But
That's
if
not
one
good.
drop has happened, I think there's more that's bound to come somewhere in
There
this chart.
will.
We
I'll
don't,
be very surprised
don't-
if someone FCs. That would be incredible.
I mean, it could happen. Like, the charts in this round are pretty much FC friendly, even for these teams.
Karace drops.
But
Is that lead gonna drop? Oh!
Karace
that's
and
a trade of
Melon.
Melon!
they trade.
And Melon drops
also
twice.
no more full
And Meiju,
combo.
there's no FCs.
No more full combo.
Suddenly, there's no FCs.
And like, the drops coming off the Russian side have been a bit messier.
It's been worse.
Compared
yeah,
to the
because Frit
Danish
is still
side.
holding. Frit's still holding on to
Yeah.
99.3. Oh, but Melon trades with
Melon
Karace.
Karace again.
Oh, that leads.
Oh man, this is
Shrinking.
extremely
Melon. Melon dropped a lot of accuracy compared to Karace.
Meiju is
And the
starting
Russian
to stabilize a
Federation-
bit of that. Meiju is starting to stabilize at mid 99.2 and actually gaining. Meiju is gaining accuracy. Oh man, 2-digit lead going to this
Oh
coordination
my
section.
god, 21.
This is not a break. This is not a break section, everyone. This is arguably one of the hardest sections in this entire chart.
Oh, Melon!
Melon
Oh,
finding a drop.
Melon! Fit! Are you serious? Both Denmark players drop here?
Again, this is not a break section. This is arguably one of the hardest sections in this entire chart.
I mean,
Like,
the
what
Russian
we-
Federation, they're doing really well. Oh my god,
This is
Denmark are just losing
LN1
it.
Simulate.
Denmark are just losing it at this part. The Russian Federation turned a 2-digit lead into a 4-digit lead.
But like, there's still enough chart remaining. Like, there's still half. There's still half of it. If we see some sort of breakdown here from Russia, something might happen. Because like this section is a bit more race heavy. Danish players actually finding drops instead.
Yeah, and the Russian Federation players both hold.
Now here we go with the cord jacks. Like, everyone should be campaigning on gaining accuracy in this section no matter what.
I mean, so
Both
far so
Meiju and
good, right?
Karace
For the
are
Russian
doing that.
Federation. Yeah.
Yeah. Melon has stabilized to that 99.0 level.
And Melon drops again.
Oh,
That lead is just going to continue to grow to the Russian Federation side. They found their rhythm.
yeah, like it was a pretty shaky start from them in this chart. But now they're starting to flex that higher seed muscle, like the reason why they got this up. I mean that up. Now a bit like some technical section here. Melon unfortunately finding 2 consecutive drops.
Oh boy. This could be the beginning of the end. If this continues. Oh, but Meiju drops. And another Meiju
consecutive
drops. Okay, maybe it's not the end yet. Maybe it's not the end. Hold on to hope. There has to be a miss from Karace
Maybe
though, I
a
feel.
drop. Yeah, a miss from Karace might make this a bit more closer. But
We still have another
Denmark is
section
starting to
coming
run
soon.
out of time.
Yeah, and Melon drops again.
Oh, Melon!
That's not gonna help.
Like, these stair transitions have been giving Melon a bit of trouble throughout this entire chart.
Yeah, fair play to Frit though. Still holding basically the spine of Denmark's chances here. But Meiju currently holding the highest score of the lobby, I believe. Going
He
to be the biggest
staggered
reason why the
forward.
Russian Federation, they have that 20,000 point lead.
Oh, man. And Karace's combo is just supporting Meiju very well in this tiebreaker, and we're starting. But the patterns are not yet winding down. Maybe a massive drop somewhere, but man, like
I think they're
that
out
would
of
be
time.
wishful thinking at this point.
This lead is way too big to catch up with the amount of time left in the tiebreaker, and that will be it. Russian Federation will take it 5-4 in this very entertaining round of 24 clash. You have to really give props to Denmark for such an impressive performance, being 11 seeds down to go all the way. But it is the higher seed Russian Federation that will take this.
Denmark has definitely shown that they are a force to be reckoned with in this World Cup, keeping up with one of the higher seeded teams in the roster. Congratulations to Russian Federation for advancing further in the winners bracket, and will have the honor of facing Thailand next weekend.
Yeah, and Denmark will actually have to face the loser between South Korea and Taiwan.
Oh boy, I think that's going to be an interesting match either way.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
yeah, there's kind of like an expected matchup at some point, but I mean, like, if that matchup actually happens, I think that is going to be a very spicy one. Anyways, Russian Federation definitely looking forward to playing next weekend. Denmark will have the honor to rest up a bit and wait for the results of next weekend. But anyways, we have another match starting 5 minutes from now, and that will be Great Britain and United Kingdom and Germany. And I think we will be taking just a short break to rest our voices, like chill out a little bit, drink some water, and we'll be back soon.
Yeah, do not go anyway, because the next match is in 5 minutes. We'll see you.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Mania 7K World Cup 2024. I'm I'm Bulma Gamer PH76 in the commentary booth, and joining me here is gonna be Sparky. The both of us are gonna be commentating United Kingdom versus Germany in the round of 24. Sparky, how are you doing today?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. Excited to finally be back in the commentary booth for another amazing 7-key World Cup. And as you mentioned, we have a pretty exciting matchup here ahead of us. In this hour, we have, as you mentioned, the United Kingdom going up against Germany, trying to punch their ticket into that winner's round of 16, see if they can go up against. I don't know who actually they're going to go up against if they do win. We'll find out once this bracket's all done. Looking it up right now. A little bit too much.
I can check the challenge right now, actually. So this is they're going up against China, seed number 2. Whoever is the winner of this one.
What a reward. What a reward for winning this match. You go up against the number 2 seed. I mean, to be fair, as I always like to say, in order to be the best, you gotta beat the best. So, gotta be able to test your mettle. You gotta be able to make it through this match unscathed. And while we wait for everything to get set up, go ahead and introduce the players. We got on the side of the United Kingdom, we got Uzi, Captain Crow, Vigatron, and Zifla going up against Germany with Sukiya Whiskers, Vinkus, Sinkip, and Susher. I'm gonna say Shusher, but omit one of those H's.
I'm very familiar with players like UC and Vigatron. Vigatron is a player I've seen in MWC 2019 7K, and they did pretty decent in that one. Meanwhile, in Germany, I'm very familiar with Sukiya Whiskers. Sukiya Whiskers has been in here for a very long time. I'm also familiar with Vinkus HD. I've been to a couple of their streams and all that. But overall, these set of players, pretty good set of players for both countries, though. To be fair, considering the lack of 7K tournaments and whatnot, I think it's safe to say that experience is gonna be around the same. I'd have to say, at least.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely some players looking to prove what they are made of on the big stage here. But that being said, they do have a pretty even amount of experienced players to try and get them over that finish line. To those of you just joining us for the first time, first of all, welcome. And second of all, this is a best of 9 format, so first team to 5 points will be seeing themselves moving across in that winner's bracket. Loser not eliminated just yet, just going to need to make that run in the lower bracket. So looks like we got the rolls out of the way. The UK will protect first, followed by Germany, and then Germany will ban, followed by the UK. So we'll get through those protects, and it'll be very interesting to see what these two teams have in store in terms of strategy. It's always one of those cases where some of these matches devolve into a bit of a Rice versus LN matchup. But in 7-key, I mean, a lot of players tend to stick towards that Rice, and the LN becomes a bit more of a novelty specialty type of skill set. That being said, there are some teams that are wanting to go into those LNs, so it'll be interesting to see which of these two countries will want to delve into that realm first.
Well, okay, I'm really unsure about the statistics and all that. After that, but let's take a little bit of a look, shall we?
And while you look for that, it looks like the UK will be protecting Rice 1. So Luminari are going to be staying put, not going to be allowed to be banned in this matchup. Wait to see what Germany counters with on their protect.
I mean, honestly, the incorporation of protects has been such an interesting move in general. And honestly, it's a great change because it really adds more to the strategic side of things. That being said, United Kingdom protecting Rice. Luminaria is I think it's an interesting protect, considering what kind of team UK is, and Germany going for LN. I think it actually just lines up very well. Because if you were to look at both the United Kingdom and Germany as a whole, I do think Rice is really what's United Kingdom's strong suit in comparison to Germany. While Germany probably shines above United Kingdom on these harder LNs. At least that's how I can see it. Then
Yeah.
again, though.
To your point, I was gonna say that Germany does have a bit more to work with. You do also have the hybrids lingering in and around there in the map pool. Can probably pull those out as well, because there are only 3 LN picks compared to the now 4, with Rice 3 being banned out, so no flash dance going to be allowed in this match. And we're going to round it out with the UK. Would not be surprised if we saw LN1 or LN2 removed from this pool. A bit of a strategic shot at this Germany pick order.
I do think Team 37 is the best band for United Kingdom. Absolutely the best band. Yeah, there we go. Team 37. I'm not surprised
Right on cue.
anymore. I do think United Kingdom should be picking. It's difficult really to make a judgment because the thing about early game Rice is a lot of this is something that Germany could do as well. Even if the qualifiers state that, let's say, United Kingdom has a better score, right? These picks are not going to be too physical for Germany. At least I think they are. But then I just think United Kingdom has to be very trying to pick safe to start everything. So maybe Raindrop could be a good choice to start. Banka is not a good map to start with, in my opinion, because that pick is not only short, but that pick has such a small combo. So if you make any mistake, and like not to mention we're at the start, so the pressure isn't exactly on yet.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely kind of a pick your poison kind of moment. To your point, the qualifier is definitely a couple of stages above what these players are going to be facing off on in this particular map pool. So it does bring those more accuracy-oriented, less physical players back into the fold to try and contest on some of these picks. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. Some potential breakpoints up for grabs for either of these countries, because to the point of Rice being a little bit easier, the LN does also get a little bit easier as well. So we are still waiting for the UK to make their first pick. Can theorize left and right about what that first pick is going to be. Rice 2 seems like a pretty good option. Rice 1 as well, given that that is their protect, seems to be a bit of a comfort pick potentially for them to try and get this match off on the right foot. You want to put your best foot forward in these opening matches, because you don't want to find yourself needing to play catch up, needing to potentially get a breakpoint on a skill set that you're not too comfortable sending your team out on. And it is going to be Rice 2, so Raindrop going to be the pick here for the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You gotta go for something that's really within your comfort zone to start, because this is what's gonna set the tone for the rest of the match. Raindrop, at least on the difficulty, you can already tell it's a chord stream pick. And yeah, I can tell why United Kingdom wants to start with this, starting with the comfortable Rice maps off the way and trying to get their points early on. It's a very good strategy, at least if you want to open a match with a strong point. But then again, once you get all the comfort picks out, that's when the pressure really starts to pick up. You gotta be careful as to what kind of pressure do you want. Do you want pressure on the sense that you're trying to attack your opponent's weaknesses? Or do you want the pressure that both of you are going to do really well, but you're just gonna have to hope that you're gonna be able to outact the opponent? In a close seeding match like this, I'd actually want to go for the former, where you're trying to attack the weaknesses of the opponent because of how close everything is going to be.
Yeah, that actually seems like a pretty decent strategy. It'll be interesting to see how that develops, see if either of these countries decide to opt for that strategy where they might venture into their opponent's skill set, see if they can snatch a couple of points away from them, pinch that map pool just that ever so tighter to force them to start making some uncomfortable decisions when it comes to their future map picks, especially in this best of 9 format. There is a tiny bit of room to explore those kinds of options early on. Maybe not once the match really starts to reach that like middle point or like late game when you're down to like your last couple of picks. But as it stands, we're gonna have Uzi and Vigatron going up against Sinkip and Tsukiya Whiskers on Raindrop, first map of this match. MP Star Command comes out. We are loaded in here.
Wait. Vigaron's actually playing with flashlight?
Looks to be
Oh,
so.
wow.
Love seeing the
That's cool.
flashlight players.
That's really cool. Reminds me of a Malaysian player. I think it was My Idiot. My Idiot was a really good flashlight player and honestly really cool. Also reminds me of Fatasha Meth, now to think about it, one of our fellow commentators. But then again, look at this problem. We're seeing an accuracy deficiency in the United Kingdom. Vigatron dropping some early 300s, I think. But Sinkip finding a miss, that's more crucial because that's just gonna tell me one thing. Chord streams are gonna be something that Sinkip might want to avoid. And if there are more picks like this in the pool, then the United Kingdom may be able to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, just these denser, heavy chords could potentially be a bit of a spotter bother for Germany, something to keep note of for the United Kingdom moving forward. But for right now, we do have a bit of a back and forth. Uzi and Tsukiya Whiskers duking it out. 99.8% accuracy for both of them as we transition on into the second third of the chart. Sinkip still holding on to higher accuracy compared to Vigatron, but Vigatron doing everything in their power to maintain this 99.5 pace, starting to pick it up a little bit from that earlier rush of notes, just trying to get settled in here. And it is accounting for about 2,000 points in the United Kingdom's favor. Could easily swap over if Sinkip continues to build up this accuracy. If they can get back up to that 99.7 range, with Vigatron starting to drop a little bit here, a couple of tenths of a percent makes all the difference as we make our way into the last third. And Uzi finds the drop in return, gonna swing this lead back on over to Germany.
That is not good. Like, that kind of miss is really brutal because it's not just the fact that Germany has an accuracy advantage, but the lead that United Kingdom had was so minimal that if they kept that kind of performance, it would have went to Germany either way. But right now, we're on the easier side of the chord stream, so this is really just gonna give Germany an opportunity to extend this lead even further. And I honestly think that's gonna do it unless we see a double miss from Germany, which is highly unlikely, considering that both players, like, there just comes a point where you're on the zone and you're just able to focus and centralize your UR, which is what Germany is doing right now. Very impressive work, and that should do it. The first point is going to be a break point on Germany's side.
Yeah, very well done from the Germans here. An early drop overcome with relative ease to get that first breakpoint, make it 0-1. And to your point, now maybe they see that they have a bit of an avenue in on these rice picks against the United Kingdom. Maybe some potential pick order changes, or maybe they'll stick with what they're comfortable with. Would not be surprised to see an LN pick come out in response to try and double up, because you can get a little bit more risky with your pick now that you have that breakpoint in the back pocket.
This begs the question, like, we're talking about breakpoints and we're talking about changing the strategies and all that. I think this makes Crush Alcohol a really good pick for Germany. Because if you think about it, Raindrop has chord streams, right? And Crush Alcohol is very densely oriented. So I think Crush Alcohol really could benefit Germany as an LN pick in general. But that being said, I think Germany should go for a hybrid. Because there's two LNs on the board, and you got one breakpoint ahead. So if, let's say, you're taking a risk on the hybrid, it shouldn't really hurt too much. But instead, they're going for Chronoxia.
Yeah, maybe opting for the safer pick of the 5 in the bottom half of the map pool. Don't want to push the envelope too hard, stick to what they know. Gonna see some substitutions coming out here for both sides. Uzi and Tsukiya staying in for their respective countries. And we're gonna see another player come in for both sides, potentially. Much shorter pick overall as well, clocking in just under 2 minutes, so misses on a map like this are going to be much more damaging compared to some of the longer picks in this pool. Not a lot of room for error as we see Zifla check in for the United Kingdom and Vinkus step in for Germany. So as it stands, we wait for the players to ready up. Germany currently with the breakpoint in hand, an opportunity to double up as we continue on in this match. And we are going to see the first LN pick in this match as well. Can we just see how the United Kingdom stacks up? Maybe we see a bit of a reversal of fortune. That breakpoint gets handed back on over. And it looks like the players are ready. The MP Star Command comes out and we're going to get into Chronoxia. Big opening impact, not catching any of the players out. Gonna wait for everybody to settle in, build up their accuracies, but we do see some pretty significant drops very early on. Uzi and Vinkus hovering that low 99%, gonna start to pick it up a little bit as this introduction begins to finish up here. And now the real test begins.
I do apologize for what happened. There just seems to be a small crash on my PC, but we're back. And as you say, the test indeed does begin as Zifla and Vinkus finding a trade back to back. But I think it's gonna affect Germany more because Vinkus' AC is lower than Zifla's right now.
Yeah, but Sukiya is doing everything in their power to keep them ahead at the moment. Highest accuracy in this lobby by a considerable margin, almost 0.5% ahead of their next closest competitor in either Zifla and Uzi, both trading that 99.2 on their side, with Zifla finding another drop, going to help increase this lead for Germany as Uzi falls as well. No combo left on the side of the United Kingdom as Germany begins to run away with this just ever so slightly, eking this lead to a tune of about 20,000 points as we cross the midway point. A bit of a break for the players to regain their composure a little bit, build up some of this accuracy for this final gauntlet, last third upcoming now.
Uzi, Zifla, and Vinkus have like roughly the same performances right now. It's really Sukiya Whiskers, but wait, Vinkus dropping that accuracy, look at that significant drop. If Zifla didn't make that miss, that really could have went to United Kingdom's way even more. But Vinkus really needs to put in the work as Sukiya Whiskers trying to push this team to the victory. There's still a little bit of map left, and if any more mistakes happen, this is gonna go really bad for Germany.
Oh, but as it stands, I think they have done enough. Sure, that miss at the end cut the lead in half, but Sukiya's dominating FC pushes Germany over the finish line at the very end, and they managed to successfully capitalize on that breakpoint to make it 2-0 now.
Totally
What a
the 200
performance.
Totaling the 200 counts from both UC and Zifla, I think Germany actually has a slightly higher 200 count. But Sukiya Whiskers' full combo was just too strong for United Kingdom to even be able to take a little bit of that lead.
Yeah, it got a little bit dicey there towards the end, but like you were mentioning, that trade between Vinkus and Zifla there at the end, basically keeping Germany ahead at the basically 11th hour there to see them through to get that second point. And now with the UK up to pick once again, what do you go for here? Do you start getting a little bit risky with these rice picks and go for something like Banka or Unknown Amnesia? Or do you kind of stick to your guns, go for the more speed-oriented pick in Luminaria? Remains to be seen. Some questions to be answered as we continue on for this third map.
Consistency-wise, Germany seems to be the slightly more advantageous in that aspect. So Banka is scary for the United Kingdom. Not to mention, accuracy-wise, Germany also wins that. So, in general, Banka's a pick the UK should just really avoid. And something that Germany could make as a surprise pick. Maybe they can go for Luminaria or Unknown Amnesia. But honestly, if Vinkus is playing one of these hybrids, UK could probably go for the hybrids as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But-
Definitely some things to consider on the side of the UK. I don't want to put them in a box of being only a Rice-oriented team. They can definitely swing some of these performances. They almost managed to pull a fast one on Germany on Chronoxia. So not the safest avenues, but there are definitely avenues for the UK to navigate through, and it could potentially manifest itself in those hybrid picks. It's just gonna depend on what they decide to go for, and they're really taking their time, and it is going to be Rice 1, so sticking with the comfort pick, going for that protect to try and right the ship a little bit, because right now it could potentially go from bad to worse if this doesn't pan out in their favor.
Yeah, Luminaria was honestly the most sensible pick out of all of the Rices. Banka was just really a pick that just doesn't sit right with me. Honestly, so I do think United Kingdom made the right choice here. Vigatron, if we're gonna go for the consistency, I think Vigatron could be a good choice. But if Syphla's accuracy is better than Vigatron's, then the risk here could probably work out. It's just Germany's Rise Act has been really solid. Like we saw Sukia Whiskers and Sinkip being a solid duo in that regard.
Yeah, for sure. So with that being said, the players are ready. Gonna get into this third map of this best of 9. Can the United Kingdom pull their first point out of the bag, or can Germany pick up yet another break point to start this match off and really put the pressure on the United Kingdom to start putting some points together here? Gonna remain to be seen as we get into Luminaria.
So yeah, we're seeing some streams here, and right now, look at the scroll speed difference from Sukiya Whiskers and Sinkip. Like you see a very slow scroll speed for Sukiya, it's really fast. But ooh, as I say that, Sinkip finding a drop. Honestly, the thing about streams in slow scroll speed is they definitely look very dense as opposed to Sukiya Whiskers' screen, and I think that's sort of actually giving a disadvantage to Sinkip right now.
Yeah, I think with 7 key, you get a lot of players used to playing with stuff like lane covers, so potentially looks faster on their screen than what we can see since we have the benefit of seeing the whole playfield. But regardless, that transitional mess up, the only drop in this lobby so far. And as I say that, Zifla returns the favor. You know, put a bit of a dent in this United Kingdom lead with a second drop to boot going into the back half of the chart. A bit of a break now for everybody to regain their composure for a second.
Yeah, but hopefully the consistency is gonna be recomposed here. But man, this is just gonna go to Germany as Sinkip regains the consistency. The combo cap is up there again. Sypha fighting another drop. Very unfortunate. But this lead is nothing yet. It's not exactly the biggest lead. UC doing everything they can keep up with Sukiya Whiskers. Sinkip doing a really good job being consistent. Like that's all they gotta do to try and secure a third point. But it's not over yet. There's still a lot of opportunities for the United Kingdom to get a point.
Yeah, for sure. Last quarter of the map still coming through here. Germany not out of the woods just yet. Need to be able to put this outro together. About 8,000 points in their favor. Has been enough to secure points in the past for them this match so far. But any singular slip-ups, especially because of the fact that Sinkip doesn't have the highest accuracy, the only player actually below that 99% mark. If Sukiya were to find a drop, that could be detrimental to their overall performance. That lead is shrinking the overall accuracy for the United Kingdom. Now that both players are above that 400 combo cap, not going to be enough at the end of the day, and Germany hangs on to pick up yet another breakpoint against the United Kingdom to make it 3-0.
Is it me? Or United Kingdom's 200 counts have really been lower than Germany's, but Germany's consistency has really been keeping them afloat. And honestly, if it's what works, that's what you gotta keep on doing. Germany's just gotta try to keep those combos up, because man, those opportunities have been open for Germany.
Oh, for sure. I think it's really just coming down to the fact that Sukiya has been this sort of anchor for Germany so far. 3 for 3 on these standout performances, being able to just do enough in terms of holding on to accuracy, holding on to their FCs, most importantly, through some of these picks. when their partner does find a slip up here or there. I mean, it is bound to happen. These maps are hard at the end of the day. These players do a magnificent job making these look pedestrian to the average person. But overall, you need that balance between the two of you to see yourselves through to the end, and they're really working well in tandem with each other. And with the next pick, they could potentially make this a match point situation right out of the gate here.
I'd say Crush Alcohol works, but you know what, Sparky? Vodka might be a good pick. Why?
You never know.
Because consistency has been on the German side, and Vodka is all about the consistency and accuracy. I think that could work, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
and it goes to your point from the start of the match. It's like which of these two teams potentially could start scoping out their opponent's strengths to start poking away at it. But it's not going to come to fruition here. They're going to opt to go for the first hybrid pick in this match. It's going to be Pure Silver coming through here for Germany to try and make this a match point situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is the safer option. Like, going for hybrid. I can definitely see why they're going hybrid. Like, just in case United Kingdom steals a point, they still have LN to lay onto, which is a good strategy from the German side. Like, they recognize what's left in the table. They know that at some point United Kingdom can get a point from them, and they most definitely know that they have their own weaknesses. So it's a good self-awareness for the team to pick something like this. For United Kingdom, I honestly think they just have a chance to take a break point on every map. Like, it's been so close. No picks have been super dominant.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen these trades back and forth between these two countries. I mean, we harken back to LN2. That was inside of, 3,000 points between these two countries. It just comes down to who can keep that consistent run going, who can avoid those little mistakes here and there at the inopportune times, and most importantly, avoid the trades of misses, because timing really does play a factor on some of these picks sometimes, where sometimes if you do find a miss, it's better to find it early than later on, because by then your opponent's already found their way back up to that 400 combo cap to get full credit for their judgments, and that's really when the score starts to slip away. So now we move on to the fourth map of this best of 9. Germany on the cusp of making this a match point situation. The United Kingdom still trying to find their first point of opening into this match, and they got to try and find it on Pure Silver here.
There's already been a couple of opportunities. Actually, in all the maps, there have been opportunities for United Kingdom to take a point, but their efforts just hasn't really been shown. There hasn't really been enough yet. But they've been making some strides. Germany, on the other hand, has been capitalizing on every opportunity that they get. Right now, does look like United Kingdom has a slight accuracy advantage, given that Syphla is matching Sukiya and UC is ahead of Vinfist. But it's still ridiculously close. You see those technical patterns right there? What I fear the most about patterns like that is how easy it is to drop 200s.
Oh, for sure.
And
We've been seeing a number of them. Sorry to cut you off there. During this early going, and as we make our way into the back half of the chart, we start to see the players begin to recover a little bit. We see Vinkas on this recovery run back up to that 99.3 range, but right now it is... Oh, I was about to say ball in the court of the United Kingdom, but Zifla finding the drop here with both FCs still left on the board for Germany does give Germany the momentary score advantage. There is enough time for Zifla to get back up with that 400 combo cap, and they're going to start making a bit of a dent in this deficit to try and potentially bring the lead back, because they both still have a higher average accuracy than the German roster at the moment. But it's going to come down to maintaining composure, being able to FC the rest of this map after that drop. It remains to see the last quarter of the map coming through now. Lead extends to about 5,000 points, but it is shrinking more and more as we continue here.
Those Grace Notes and LNs have been giving the United Kingdom a shot. That accuracy on Germany is not that... I don't think it's ahead that much of the United Kingdom. But like, yeah, if any mistakes happen on the German side, but we're only having a few notes left, some LNs and some Graces, but I don't think that's just gonna do it. Like Germany, I kept on saying a while ago, is just the more consistent team, and they've been showing it all throughout this match. just keeping it together. Very impressive performance. Wait a second! What just happened? Is that
Takia?
enough? It's
Oh.
not enough! I'm so sorry. I almost caused that. Oops.
No harm, no foul at the end of the day, but that is definitely a heart and mouth moment if you are a German supporter. Sukiya finding a 50 and a miss there at the end of the chart, dropping that lead to just inside 2,000 points, just the tiniest reprieve. I believe that's the first mistake they've made in this match so far. But
Yep, it is.
at the end of the day, they've been riding a hot hand, and it amounted to nothing at the end of the day. Again, no harm, no foul. Germany makes it a match point situation. Now the United Kingdom needs to pull out the broom, reverse sweep their way to that tiebreaker to try and claw a result out of this. What are they gonna go for here?
You only really have Banka and Unknown Amnesia. Oh man, I don't know what to do, but probably go for. Well, a Rice is the more sensible pick. That's for sure. They should not go crush alcohol.
No world in which they go LN3. But, I mean, the deficit on Pure Silver, 2,000 points, not the biggest lead. And I mean, to be fair, Germany didn't really extend any sort of advantage. That was basically Germany hanging on as Vinkas made that recovery run from that early mishap of a couple of 200s coming through. Do you potentially go something like Hybrid 1 or Hybrid 3? It's going to be Freshness Vacation coming through for the United Kingdom to try and avoid the sweep here.
To be fair to the United Kingdom, they did lose 2 Rice picks. So picking another Rice pick it's like not a good decision because you're like trying the same thing over and over and over and over again. So maybe try something different. And in fact, that 1-3-1-3 difference that you mentioned is the closest difference we've seen so far, if I'm not mistaken. So honestly, good choice for United Kingdom to notice that a change in strategy is needed. But I feel like this change was super spontaneous, and they were probably not as prepared as they could be on a field. At least what I'm trying to say is that you need to make spontaneous changes even if you're not that prepared to pick something like that. Because at the end of the day, it's these changes and adjustments that you have to make for you to have a chance. Because the environment in tournament is not going to be the same all throughout. There are going to be adjustments. There are going to be some changes that need to be made. And United Kingdom is making a good change in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. So, remains to be seen. Looks like we're going to see all 4 players remain in the lobby for this map, potentially the last one of this match, unless the United Kingdom has something to say about it. See the double mirror coming out from Germany? No mirrors on the side of the United Kingdom.
Although to start off, it doesn't really look too complicated. Like you're only throwing in a few LNs and some graces. Though UC already dropping on 200, which is going to be scary. This is OD7 though, which is actually among the higher ODs on a 7k map pool usually for tournaments. That being said, comparing both of their accuracies, it's literally the same! Never mind, as Vinkas drops a few 200s, I think.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of a mirror image of the earlier hybrid pick where the UK is going to have this higher average accuracy to start things off. But as I say that, Uzi finds the first drop, and they have been the one carrying the higher accuracy for this UK roster. That's going to do a pretty significant dent in early goings for them and in their quest to try and notch a point on the board here. But as I say that, being buoyed by the accuracy, but the second miss is going to do a significant amount more damage as Vinkus returns the miss in favor, but neither of them want to hold on to the combo for the moment. It is a 1v1 between Sukiya and Zifla. Vinkus and Uzi are having their own battle on opposite corners of the playfield, but for right now, it is Germany the beneficiaries of all these misses to the tune of about 10,000 points as Sukiya finds a massive drop going into the back half now.
That is going to give this advantage to United Kingdom at some point. Syphla trying to keep up. Yusi doing a good job keeping that accuracy above Vinkus. Syphla keeping that consistency. So many graces, and I think some mini jacks were actually even present. So man, what just happened? That was the
Missing on
worst
air
place
there.
to miss. That was the worst place to miss. But man, if there's anything we learned, there's a chance for Germany to miss. As I say that, there it is. The lead is just gonna slowly go to United Kingdom. Is it gonna be enough?
There's a quarter of the map left to go here. Zifla
Syphla
finds the drop.
That's gonna do it. I think that does it. Unless Germany finds a double miss, that's gonna. Wait, Syphla's dropping act really fast. That's gonna do it.
Oh, that is
Germany.
heartbreaking.
That was so painful. I thought United Kingdom had it, but man, Germany is gonna take this win 5-0. All of the maps were so close, but what a heartbreaker on this map.
Yeah, they had it. They had the only FC left on the board, but unfortunately not able to carry it through to the end. Germany, Sukiya, and Vinkus doing just enough to pull the lead back in their favor, and once it was, they never let it go from there. Congratulations to them winning this match 5-0 and punching their ticket into that winner's round of 16 to face off against China next weekend. Oh boy, what a reward. United Kingdom, not out of it just yet. Just going to drop down into that lower bracket where they look to try and make the run there. Hopefully a bit more of a favorable matchup for them next weekend. We can really see what they are made of. But with that being said, that'll do it for this particular match. We have plenty more to run through as the next match is going to be at the top of the hour. It is going to be, if we can pull up the schedule here.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule, as Sparky said. Let's just give it a moment. There we go. Poland and Estonia. I have to say this though. I haven't seen Estonia in the 7K mania scene or the mania scene in general. But so it's really cool. It's really cool to see these two teams, especially Estonia. Though I have to say one thing. I stand corrected. I've seen Estonia in the mania scene. Wanna know where?
Where?
In the South Korean team, actually, back then.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Estonians. Completely forgot about them. But
Exactly.
I mean, it's the one benefit of having this expanded format, this round of 24. We get to see some fresh faces who otherwise might not have had a chance to play in the World Cup. But, you know, I want to go one step further in terms of showing my support to these new emerging countries that have made it into this bracket. Did you know that we have banners for sale in the O store already as of the round of 24 for you to purchase for the low price of $2.50 USD?
Wow, $2? That's
Just
so
$2.
cheap.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And you can purchase one for any of the countries that made it to the bracket stage. You can purchase one all the way up to the grand finals for any of the countries, even if they've already been eliminated or later on down in the tournament. And outside of that, I mean, still have 2 more matches to round out this weekend. Join us in about 20 minutes for Poland versus Estonia. And then after that, we got the USA going up against Spain. So until then, don't touch that dial. We'll be back in just a little bit. Take care, y'all. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. And welcome back to the Osmania 7 Key World Cup 2024. We are back once again with the final match of the round of 24 weekend. And what a way to cap off a weekend of very exciting matches filled with a bunch of debutants and a bunch of pretty exciting results. And by bringing you the United States going up against Spain to round things off with a nice little bow. As always, my name is Sparky, and I'm joined in the commentary booth by none other than Juan Crystal. Juan, how you doing?
Hello, good sir. I'm doing fantastic. Starting off really, but this is like the closure of the 7 Key World Cup weekend really, as we are entering the end of the round of 24. A bit of a complex format for some to understand, I think. But we shall see how it rolls out. This particular matchup, the United States against Spain, a bit of an, you can call this imbalance, at least on the seed department, really. Spain barely qualifying this year against the very solid United States, who I think we are used to see maybe on the higher seeds, like even higher than number 10, but still, like, in a tournament with only 24 qualifiers, just qualifying is already quite the feat. And not defeat, but like defeat. Like, I'm not sure if you get what I mean, but you should. In any case.
Yeah,
I'm excited for this match. It's going to be fun.
Oh, absolutely. Like you were mentioning, a bit of a seed discrepancy between these two countries, the United States, a bit of a rebuilding year, bringing back some long-standing names in the US 7 Key community, and Spain, a bit of a rebuilding year for them, losing quite a few of their heavy hitters this time around, bringing in a lot of fresh faces. And gonna be interesting to see how they perform with this new lineup. I think 3 out of 4 of these players making their debut, or at least being on this team for not as long as some of the others that we might have been used to seeing in years past. So looks like we are getting into the protects and bans. And it looks like I see some LNs and Rice being protected, and then we get into the bans, and it looks like Hybrid 3 is going to be removed from this map pool.
I'm trying to check if I see some specific points where Spain can capitalize off, but both teams look quite similar in their qualifiers results. Like, they have, I don't want to say average scores, but like most of the stages have a pretty similar relative position to the rest of the teams. So like the US is almost in every map, like either number 10 or number 9 or 11. And with Spain, it's almost the same. It's like they are always running around number 20 on every single map. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic, really. I feel the United States and Spain are both like fairly around-ish teams, but the United States is looking obviously a little bit stronger considering the seed. So this could be one of those cases where maps are fairly close, but what teams ends up running away with a fairly strong lead. Like, if this is a sweep, I wouldn't be surprised, but mostly because of the US and Spain not really having any clear weaknesses, and it's just a matter of one team is likely just better than the other, and because there's no things that can be exploited, then it's almost always a 5-0 in my experience. But we shall see. If the pool this time, because it's a little bit easier, I feel, at the qualifiers, it could happen that accuracy takes a bigger factor and we see some picks going like back and forth between the team.
Yeah, for sure. And with that out of the way, it looks like Rice 3 got banned out while we were discussing likely expectations for this match, and LN3 does get chosen by the United States to start things off here. Pretty interesting seeing the LN lead in. Usually teams like to scope each other out in the field of like some of these Rice picks, maybe some of the more comfortable like Korg Stream or just straight up speed picks. But no, we're going to go into the LN density. It's going to be Mashu and Tasty Dumpling, and it looks like Lucas678 and Shirope de Fresa are going to be the two from Spain looking to try and take the first breakpoint in this match as we get it on underway here.
So we shall see. This is a map I expect to be like either decided by the last bit if both teams are like holding their ground on the combo department, given that it's more like difficulty or like control. Control is pretty difficult for the later stages of this map, so I expect teams to be dropping around that point. If they can hold their ground through, then it's going to be decided there, most certainly. But for now, both teams are opening up strong, I think. Shiro P de Fresa is a little bit behind in terms of accuracy compared to everybody else. But, I mean, in Olympics, you can easily drop, and that is the case for Shiro specifically. Unfortunately, Spain will end up starting with the left foot. That is not their pick, but you never want to start with the first miss of the match, do you?
Yeah, for sure. Gonna give the United States a bit of an advantage to work with. Lucas Falls as well. Both FCs now gone on the side of Spain. Both FCs still remaining for the United States. Mashu and Tasty Dumpling hovering in and around this 99.6% range. Very comfortable so far through this first third of the chart. There's still plenty of tricks left up this map's sleeve, so not out of the woods just yet, but nursing this 18,000 point lead definitely will give them a bit of a cushion to work with should they find any slip-ups later on down the line.
This is looking quite solid though. Halfway through the map, they are holding a very solid 20,000 point lead here in a map that is 234 minutes long. It's a very, very good lead, I will say. Like, they could probably both drop and still be ahead, but you have to be careful. The ending, as we said, it's hard to control, so we could see some drops. But the thing is, if the US drops, it's almost very likely as well that Spain will be drawing their combos, so they really need to start picking up their performances, and they are on the combo department. It's just that the accuracies are still not quite there yet. I think Lucas is doing a great job, but Shiro needs to tighten up that ratio a little bit. As you can see, his hit concentration a bit early, and he ends up dropping after all in this very heavy long nose section with the triples. Coordinating the fingers being pretty tricky. United States, on the other hand, destroying the chat.
Yeah, for sure. Going through into this last quarter, some of the densest sections of the chart done and dusted. Both players, Mashu and Tasty Dumpling, holding on to their full combos for the moment. There are a couple minor tricky sections left in this chart, so not out of the woods just yet if they want to hold on to this double FC, but it is looking very good for them, not trading any of those misses that Shiro P de Fresa found in that last section. And as the last notes come down, it will be the United States successfully picking up their first point in this match to make it 1-0.
Very solid performance there. Double FC is always nice to have, and they both have almost the exact same score, it feels like, right? 984k both, only 500 points of difference between the two US players. And mostly off of the ratio, it seems like Mashu had a 106, 200 extras, but the ratio being quite better. Comparable ratios, though, between Lucas and Tasty, so it gives us some pictures, I think, where Rise could be something that Spain wants to go for. They struggle to hit their combo, especially on heavy coordinations, and they will indeed go straight into rain draw. Rise 2 being picked here. Arguably the most straightforward pick of the pool, I will say. Like, Core Streams is like the kind of map that most players are very used to play and are very familiar and comfortable with. And considering this will likely be an ACK battle, seeing Lucas and Bunsen, like, I'm not sure if it was Bunsen, I know if it was someone else in the previous map, but ratios were not too spread apart, and this is a map that is simple enough that a single miss can cost the whole difference. So if Spain is comfortable hitting a double FC on this, I think they have a fair chance.
Yeah, for sure. Like you were mentioning, this could very well come down to the ratio. All four of these players definitely very used to Chord Stream as a whole, just as a category in the Rice section. And having it at 155 BPM, this is definitely inside of the wheelhouse where they could all swing a very strong performance. And to your point, a singular miss could decide this entire map if all four players basically perform to expectation here.
Out of the gate, seems like Bonsen is holding the highest accuracy, and Kadoen is struggling a little bit to hit that. I believe he got a 200 or 2 at the very early stage. And so far, it's only 4,000 points that is dividing these two teams. Lucas suddenly putting up a great battle here, matching Mashu's accuracy. So will mostly come down to how much can Kado tighten up his ratio here as the map progresses. We have a bit of a break here, and we see a very stationary 6.6 thousand points of advantage to the Americans here.
Yeah, making our way into the second quarter of the chart, start to pick things up ever so slightly, get back into the main meat and potatoes of this chart. And all 4 players still holding on to their FCs. We have a top half versus bottom half battle. Mashu going up against Lucas and Bunsen, basically handling Kadoan at the moment, a full percent ahead in terms of accuracy. And I believe that's accounting for a majority, if not all, of the score difference at the moment, to the tune of about 15,000 points as we cross the midway section, continuing on with some of these dense chords raining down. Handled expertly by this entire lobby. Nobody batting an eye. Could all change in an instant if anybody were to find a drop, but so far, nobody has missed.
And there's only a third of the map left. The United States looking like they will get their first breakpoint on the first pick by Spain here. And I want to really highlight Bones' performance here. His ratio, his hit concentration extremely tight here. Definitely putting the work here for the United States. Mashu not leaving him too much ahead because only a 0.03% of difference. Now with a miss for Kadoan, 2 in a row make it. It will be almost impossible here for Spain to catch up. The United States, although dropping now with Mashu, will still hold the lead. Not double FC this time, but definitely a very, very solid score.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunate to lose the FC this late on in the run, but I mean, so long as your score is higher than your opponent's at the end of the day, that is all that matters at the end of the day, as the United States will successfully take the first breakpoint in this match to make it 2-0 now.
And I was mentioning the ratio could be close. It doesn't seem like it is when it comes to Rise. DLN's Lucas was showing up impressive ratios, and so is he doing this time. But impressive is unfortunately not good enough against such a strong accuracy powerhouse like the United States here. 10-1 ratio for almost both of the players. And that is very, very, very tricky to beat. Kadoan having a bit of a problem here calling up the combo. Not too bad, 2000 combo here is still pretty solid. But with the ratio being about 3-1, it's kind of hard to compete against the team in the United States. Even with double FCs here from Spain, I don't think they had enough to overpower the ratio and the accuracy that the United States showed up on the straightforward Ricey oriented picks. So maybe they want to go for a more wildcardish pick next time. I'm not sure if Rice 4 would be a good bet for them, but maybe trying something wild like it could work. United States, on the other hand, I think they just stick to the LN game plan. Although they won this, I think, more comfortably than the LN.
Yeah, it actually did seem that way. I think this was a more comfortable win overall in terms of overall score difference. But regardless, it looks like they're going to stick to their guns. They're going to stick to this bottom half of the map pool. They're going to go for Hybrid 2 this time around. It's going to be Pure Silver coming through for them. Pretty tricky pick overall. We'll probably see Tasty Dumpling check back in for the United States. We'll wait to see if Spain makes any substitutions. Usually with these hybrids, there's enough variance to keep more rice-oriented players in here if they can handle some of the LN sections found throughout the map.
It's an interesting pick. I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with this. Like, in fairness, I think the United States is looking just over a little bit better, so I don't think it matters all that much. Like, I think they still have a favorable expected win rate, I will say, for pretty much every pick. But of all the picks, I don't think Pure Silver is the better choice. It has a very techy structure, I think, and it's easy to miss and drop a lot of accuracy if you're out of focus. So I could see Spain like maybe popping off and holding their combos together, and the United States struggling, like not necessarily struggling with the map, but like it's a map that you could choke a fair amount, and a map that you can choke accuracy a fair amount as well. So I would maybe go for something more straightforward, considering they are looking solid in the consistency department and the accuracy seems to be overall better. But we shall see. This should work still, I think, for the United States. But well, maybe Spain has a chance to come back into the game.
Yeah, for sure. Remains to be seen. Bit of a longer pick compared to some of the other ones we have seen, clocking in just over 2.5 minutes, and there are some very wonky grace note structures both in LN and Rice, so you definitely got to watch some of these starts and stops. Some varied release timings as well can keep you on your toes, but everybody seems to be handling it with relative ease. Everybody crossing that 400 combo cap, gonna start getting full credit for their judgments, and now after this point, any misses are gonna have some pretty devastating consequences moving forward.
down fairly well. It's the same picture as we saw in the previous picks. United States holding just the overall better accuracy. This time it seems like the accuracy is a bit more on the edge. Like they have a very clear advantage against both of the players in the Spanish side, and Cadwin finds the first miss as well. That's not going to help them at all.
Yeah, unfortunate to finally lose the FC, especially at the midway point when you've already firmly established yourself with the FC. Everybody else still hanging on here, and it's going to help grow this lead for the United States to the tune of about 24,000 points as we take a bit of a break here before things start to pick up once again. A couple of nondescript flams to read through, but everybody makes it through unscathed, and now Cadwin back up over that 400 combo cap, gonna be able to rejoin supporting Lucas in their efforts to try and claw back some of this lead with about a third of the chart left to go here.
Jack's a bit tricky. Physicality gets there here at the very end of the chart, but it's no problem for the United States. Well, never mind, it is, unfortunately, for Tasty Dumpling, who ends up finding a miss at the very end of the chart. Not like it matters too much, still 30,000 points of advantage for the United States here. And despite the fact that Spain managed to combo through that ending, their misses at the middle of the chart end up proving to be too much for them to recover from. Lucas certainly doing a great job here. I believe without the miss, he would have gotten the second best score of the match. But that isn't good enough. Cadon definitely struggling a little bit with those flam release timings there. He saw another miss coming from him, and the United States will capitalize off of that, take this point, and it's now 3-2-0. Very, very solid start here for the North Americans.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking comfortable all around on this early game map pool. Able to take a point on the Rice, able to take a point on the LN, and now doing it on the hybrid. Gonna leave all the questions to be answered for Spain now, as it is now their pick once again. What do you go for here to try and kind of right the ship a little bit? See if you can pull a fast one here on the United States. And it looks like they tried to go for Rice 3, but that was banned. So not going to be able to go into the more straightforward core jack pick. Has been the most popular ban, I believe, so far this weekend outside of LN1. So with that being out, they're going to opt to go for Rice 5 instead. It's going to be Unknown Amnesia to try and notch a point on the board here, unless the United States can make it a match point situation right out the gate here.
Kind of interesting that Spain, being the lower seed, is going for Rice 5. Like, usually it feels like the most physical teams like to go for this specific map, and you would expect that to be the highest seed. So Spain looking confident, or at least feeling confident about their chances when it comes to later or more like physically demanding charts, or maybe they're just looking for something that tests the limits of the United States and maybe trying to go for that rather to pick to their strengths, to pick then something that the United States may find a miss or two. We shall see if it works.
Yeah, I think that's probably more the avenue they're trying to go for here. Maybe seeing that the more straightforward picks, they probably can't out-accuracy the United States, so they're probably going to try and pull a fast one, hope they can catch the United States napping a little bit on some of these harder patterns, maybe a miss here or there. And if they can keep it consistent enough, the accuracy doesn't have to be pristine, doesn't have to be in this like 99.78 range, can just be in the 99%, maybe even 98s if you're lucky enough, and be able to sneak a point away from what has been a very consistent United States roster so far. Mashi checking back in, Shirobe de Fresa as well for their respective countries, and we are now underway, fourth map of this best of 9. Let's see how they do.
Tricky mini jacks here, no one is having any difficulties with them, and it seems like the accuracy, at least at the very start as we hit the combo cap, quite close compared to previous picks. So for now, it seems like the map pick that Spain decided to go for is working to some degree. They have to wait and pray for a miss here from the United States. These fast streams proving to be not that big of a problem for any of the players here. Shiro, the only player dropping a little bit of accuracy, but Lucas holding their ground again, as we have been seeing pretty much in every map so far with the United States. Mashu and Bunsen though looking solid here, no complications whatsoever. And though this map is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, like not the longest pick in the world, the patterns being pretty trainy can mean that at the end of the chart, we start to see these hit concentrations that are at the moment very tight by all the players loosen up and spread out a little bit. So pay attention to that. Later stages of the map will likely be the deciding factor here, especially considering that nobody has dropped yet.
Yeah, we're reaching that point where misses are going to be extremely detrimental to either of these countries' overall performances. But for right now, the United States starting to really pick up the pace here, climbing up. Both of them actually over that 99.7 mark, aiming for about a 990k score at the moment, at least on pace for it, with about a third of the map left to go. Spain falling a little bit behind, but still sticking to their game plan. If they can FC their way through this and hope for some late misses here going into the last quarter from the United States, they are still in with a shout, but Shido finds the first drop going into the final drop of the map, crossing that 2000 combo barrier. And that is going to help grow this lead for the United States. A second one to boot, and that is probably going to be all she wrote here for Spain at the moment, unless there is a cataclysmic collapse from the United States here with an eighth of the map left to go. It is still looking very good for the Americans at the moment. 33,000 points to their name. A very healthy cushion to work with here.
And it did seem like at the moment that density started to pick up just a little bit, the stamina showing as a problem for Shido Fresa, as he's currently rushing quite a bit as well. That's a sign of you struggling to keep up with the map. Mostly on the mental side of stamina, I don't think physically specifically. And that ends up being too much for Spain to handle. United States wins another break point, and now they're on match point. Quite a close pick, contested pick until the very end. An FC here by Lucas and double FC by the United States. And the US can now pick to win. They are looking very, very solid. Not sure what they will go for, well, they actually just immediately pick Chronox. Yeah. So we're going to their protect. And I mean, for the most part, this usually smells like game over. When you are like a match point and you still have your protect available, that's a very rough spot to be if you're the losing team.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not a spot you want to find yourself in. But excellent pick coordination from the United States. On the other hand, able to keep this in the back pocket long enough to be able to spring it out to try and clinch the match. I always like to say that last point for certain teams is always the hardest one to get. So having that protect, that comfort pick for this long, to be able to use it to close out a match is definitely something to look forward to for the United States, as we were probably going to see Tasty Dumpling check back in to back up Mashu, and I believe Spain deliberating who is going to contest against them on what could potentially be the final pick in this match.
It seems like they are fairly excited about a potential comeback here, so maybe they have a surprise cooking? Hopefully, that would be very insane.
Absolutely, going to need to pull out the brooms here, get the reverse sweep up and running if they want to try and get the upset victory over the United States here.
To be fair, if you beat the team being on match point down in their protect, that's usually a big confidence boost, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So we shall see. I like this match dynamics though that the United States decided to go for. Like, I see some teams maybe going for the protect first to ensure that they get the right foot starting, but that could lead to like very heavy morale problems if you happen to lose your protect early on at the start of the match. So sometimes saving up for last is best. It usually works with I think, a team that is dominating the match, like it's the case here for the United States. So I think their strategy ended up paying off fairly well. We shall see at the end of the map, of course. But like, it feels like picking protects early on, it's a risky strategy that I think works best against teams that are close to you. But leaving it for last is usually best for teams that you are expecting to do better. But it's interesting. Every team has like their own way to set up their strategies and their dynamics. And they all have like fair reasons to just protect and pick their protects at different times. And I think it's a very interesting tournament dynamic that is yet to be explored a fair bit, I think, by most teams.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely leaves a lot to be considered. But with that being said, looks like we had a last-minute substitution. We had Mini Creamy coming in at the last second and having a bit of a rough go at this introduction.
It seems like they are not. They don't have their hands on the keyboard. It seems for a moment. and now is struggling. Maybe they have the wrong scroll speed or the wrong skin. Oh, that's a big of a disaster.
Yeah, not the way you want to start your potential last pick in a match, but unfortunately you got to play the hand that you're dealt, and the United States got dealt a pretty favorable one to start this map off, going into the second quarter already a bit of a runaway here, if I do say so myself. 190,000 points, gonna cross 200,000 before too long as we get this second third underway. I don't know about you, Juan. I don't like calling things done and dusted in the introduction, but think we could probably put this one to bed pretty early here.
Oh, it sounds like it. It's unfortunate though. Like, I'm not really sure, like, because I think this is the first map we're seeing Mini Creamy joining. So it's kind of hard to tell like what the issue really is, because as you see when we get into this lighter section, they seem to be hitting the patterns just fine, but as it gets denser, they don't. So I'm not sure if they are like, this sounds like it is a scroll speed problem, or maybe using the wrong skin. But they are hitting extremely late, and that's very, very strange.
Yeah, I mean,
but yeah, I'll call this dusted already. Really, like, I don't think it's like decisive enough that a player from the United States can disconnect and still win it. They surely can't, but it is almost there.
Yeah, we're already at the outro. It's been a pretty unfortunate circumstance, but I mean, it is one of those things that does happen as we see a pretty rare playfield collapse in Mania, and the United States will ride that to victory to the tune of a score of 5-0, punching their ticket into the winners round of 16 and knocking Spain down into that lower bracket. Not out of it just yet, but gonna need to make the run from here on out.
And there it is. They were claiming they had the wrong scroll speed.
Oh,
unfortunate.
That is unfortunate there. You hate to see it, but hopefully they can get that straightened out for next week. And like I said, they're not eliminated just yet, but hopefully they learn from this. Don't come rushing into a lobby without your settings all in check. If not, disaster will strike. But that will do it for the round of 24 weekend. We had 8 matches up, 8 matches down, and we have a full solidified bracket now. It's going to be very interesting. The United States will face off against Canada next weekend in the round of 16. I know that one for sure. Checked the bracket before this match started.
I mean, that's going to be an interesting matchup. Like, despite how close the match can be, it's always fun, at least to me, to see two teams of the same continent matching against each other. It feels like they know each other a little bit better to some degree, or at least they are like close enough, so it's like a healthy rivalry of sorts. So I don't know, I'm also excited to see those kind of matches. Like, every time I see like Peru against Brazil or Argentina against Brazil, or a match like, I don't know, France against Poland, like those kind of matches that are from the same continent are always fun to watch. Like,
oh, absolutely. It does.
And this is not an exception, really. Yeah, I think the two teams are fairly well, like, closely matched as well, so it's likely gonna be a very exciting one, a highlight, I think, for next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely mark it on your calendars for next weekend. But with that being said, that will do it for the round of 24. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed some of the electrifying matches we've had so far. There's only one order of business left to do before we round out the weekend, though, and we have the round of 16 map pool showcase. You gotta take a little bit of time to get all that squared away, get everything set up for that. We'll be having that hopefully at the top of the hour at 19 UTC. So for those of you interested in seeing what the next map pool is going to be, stick around and you'll be in for quite the show. But Juan, is there anything else people watching along can do to maybe lend their support to the teams that are playing in this World Cup?
I mean, there's always, this option. Like, I believe there's this shop item or soft sauce that you can get for like 250 cents, I think, that shows on your profile and it's very fancy. I think it's called a banner or something.
Oh, right, you are.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to support your team, your favorite team. It doesn't matter if they win or not. Like, it's just showing your love to them. You get a fancy, shiny banner on your profile, like, hey, I support Team X or Team Y or any team you want. Of course, there's an incentive, like if you happen to pick the winner, that banner stays up for a little bit longer. But I mean, I like that, but I also like supporting the team I like the most, so I wouldn't just go for the one that I think got seed 1 and is going to win the tournament. Just get the one that you prefer, show the love for the team that you love the most, and that will, of course, help funding the prize pool. So it's always nice to do if you support the tournament as a thing and just the teams in general. We all appreciate it. And if you don't, that's also fine. You could just stay, watch the streams, and that's the main goal, is just to have fun.
Absolutely. But with that being said, that will do it for us here for now. We'll catch you guys in about 30 minutes for that round of 16 Map Pool Showcase. Until then, take care, y'all.